All right, well, let's begin the UV mapping process. Now, if you haven't yet, this is a very good time to begin saving new versions of your scene. So if you go up to File and Save As, you can see I've been saving things as we go. Version 10, 11, 12, on up to 53. You should at least be saving a new version of your Blender file with each new part of your project. So with this new UV mapping part of the project, go ahead and begin saving a new version. Just in case anything happens, you have a version to go back to. And I shouldn't even say if anything happens. I should say when something happens, because something always happens when dealing with computers. So just assume there's going to be a problem at some point in your project. And with that in mind, be sure and save versions of your project as you go. All right, so let's begin cleaning up our outliner over here. It's kind of a mess. I'm just going to go to layer number 1 right here, and let's just come down here and begin with the boots. I'll come over here to the modifiers panel, and in here we've got a couple of modifiers. So 1, we have a mirror modifier, and 2, we have a multi-res. I don't need the mirror modifier right now. These two objects are exactly the same, just mirrored over. I think I'm just going to hit the X here on the mirror modifier and delete that, so we just have one boot there. And I'll be doing this with the other objects that we've mirrored over, simply because there's no need to do the work of UV mapping the same object twice. In addition, what I'm going to do is turn off the multi-resolution modifier here with the eyeball. We need to keep the modifier here because this is what's holding all of our sculpt information. So do not delete it, because once you delete it, it's gone. And that's another good reason to save versions of your project in case you accidentally do something like deleting a multi-res modifier. You don't want to do that because you'll lose all your sculpting work. So I'm just going to click here with the eyeball, and that takes the resolution down to just the polygon object here. All right, so now let's take a look at the pants. Oh, and while we're here, before we do anything, we should give it a name, or make sure it has a name. So I'll come over to the outliner with it selected, and I'll press the period key on the numpad, and here it is here. So currently it's just called circle, and we don't want that. We'll just call it boots. All right, so now let's come up to the pants. Let's hit the period key over the outliner, and it is called pants. That's good. Once again, let's turn off the multi-res modifier here so we only see the unsmoothed, unsculpted mesh. Let's now come over here to the holster. Let's select this, and this is called holster. That's good. Okay. And we can go ahead, and this is a subsurf modifier, so we can turn that off with the I button here. The gun has no modifier on it. Let's see what it's called. Well, we can see down here it's called Cube 004. That's not good. Let's hover over the outliner, press the period key. Here it is highlighted. We'll call this gun. Now moving our way up here, let's take a look at the belt buckle. It does not have a modifier on it. That's good. But let's also take a look at these other ones. They do not either. So let's select all of these pieces right in here and this piece right here, and let's join these with Control J, and let's come over here and give it a name. I'll call this holster buckles. There we go. And I think we also want to grab these back here, so this one and this one, and let's also then shift select this and press Control J, and that will add those to that object. Okay, so now also what we need is these things, the little rivets on the belt. I'll just go through and select all of them here and here, and let's select these here and these as well. So let's join all of these together. Oh, let me zoom in a bit. There we go. So let's join all these together with Control J, and let's then find it in the outliner with the period key, and here we go. Let's call this holster rivets. Looks like we've got everything up to the belt so far. So here is the belt. Let's hit the period key, and it is called belt. That's good. All right. Now the jacket, let's hit the period key and see where that is. It is called jacket. That's good, but I'll go ahead and turn off the multi-res modifier there. And one of the reasons we're turning all of these off for now is because it's going to be easier to UV map these with the multi-res modifier off. All right, so we've got that. Let's select the shirt. It's called shirt. That's good. Let's turn off the multi-res. This part, the hands. The hands and the head are part of the same object, and they don't really need to be. Let's hit the Z key and take a look at this. I'll tab into edit mode and go to this front view here. I don't need to see the reference image, so I'll turn this off right here. Okay, so now we need to figure out what we need to keep and what we don't. Really, anything underneath the clothes we don't need to keep, anything that isn't showing through. So we could probably select these here and delete these faces there. We could probably select a loop of faces here and press Control plus and expand the selection down to say there and delete these. We don't really need those, all of those faces. We can come around here to the back, and we don't really need all of these. I can select these here and get rid of these. Maybe these as well up here. And we could select these as well here. Let's try these. All right, so I'll delete all of those. Oops, looks like we've got one right there. Okay. We don't really need all of this here. So let's maybe select all of these, and let's get rid of these. Let's go back here. Okay, we're still doing pretty well. Let's select these and get rid of them. And let's see here. Can we get rid of these? Let me select this right here. No, that's kind of showing through, so we can't really get rid of that. I think we may be about as close as we can get. In fact, it kind of looks like I went too far here, so I'm going to undo a ways till I get back to that, because it looks like I went a little too far there. Let's take a look at that. So maybe let's undo or unselect that row there. Yeah, and then go back and get these here. Okay, let's take a look here. We might even be able to do one more. Let's see. Let's test it out. Yeah, I think we could even do that. So we've removed all the faces we don't need, and that's good. Let's now come over here and with the hands, and we could probably split these out. Let's do that. Let's hit the P key and choose selection, and that will split those out from the head. Now we've got these with a mirror modifier, and just like the boot, we don't need to UV map both of these because they're exactly the same. So let's delete the mirror out of here. There we go. So we've just got one hand there. And then this up here will be the head. And we've got a mirror modifier on this as well. We should go ahead and apply this. So in object mode here with the head selected, I'll go ahead and apply this right here. There we go. I'll turn off the subsurf, and I'll do the same thing down here. I'll turn off the subsurf for the hand. Let's find this hand. I'll hit the period key, and it's called body 001, so let's call this hands. And let's also come up here to the head, and let's call this head. So we know what that is. All right, I think we've got everything pretty well labeled. Oh, we don't have the eyes done yet. Let's select the eyes. Let's delete the mirror modifier. Let's turn off the subsurf modifier. And let's find it here in the outliner with the period key, and it's called eye inner. That's fine. Let's go ahead and go with that. Also, we have the teeth in here. Let's select those, and let's turn off the subsurf modifier. These are called teeth upper and teeth lower. That should be fine. So let's turn off the subsurf with the eye icon there. All right. So now we've got everything cleaned up, ready to be UV mapped. The last thing let's do is come over here to the layer with the hair on it. And currently everything in here is called hair strands something, 105, 113, whatever. And it's really taking up a lot of room here in the outliner. So what let's do is let's select all of these and let's parent them to an empty object that will act as a group for all of our hair planes. So before we select all of those, actually, let's come over here and press Shift A and create an empty plane axis right there. And let's call this empty hair group. Now let's take all of these here. I'll hit the Z key and then the B key to border select all of these. And now let's shift select the empty object right here. And now if I press Control P, I can parent all of those hair planes to that empty object. There. Now it's cleaned it all up and it's put it all in the hair group, and you can see them all. If we hit the plus, you can see them all in here. So it's just cleaned up the outliner a little bit. Now, all of these things are ugly and we don't need them. Those are relationship lines, and we can turn those off if we hit the N key. And over here in the sidebar, let's go to the display area, which is right here, and we can turn off relationship lines. There we go. All right. So now I think we are ready for the process of UV mapping, and we will begin that in the next video. To begin our UV mapping, let's start at the top. I'll just select the head, and let's change this screen layout from the default view to the UV editing screen layout right here. This, I think, is a good layout for UV mapping. I'll go ahead and maybe rearrange the windows just a little bit. I'll hit the N key to close that. And I also would like a node editor right up here. So I'm going to grab this little corner and move this down some, and I'll switch to a node editor here. I'll hit the N key, and now I think we're ready to begin UV mapping. I've got the head selected. What I'm going to do is hit the slash key or the division key on the number pad to isolate that object. And it looks like I missed a couple of faces here. Let me tab into edit mode, and I'll just select this face and that face, and let's get rid of those. We don't want those. There we go. Now you can see we've kind of got an invisible or a transparent mesh here. That's on by default here in the UV editing screen layout. I don't really like to work with that, so I'm going to come down here to this button right here and turn that on, so that we can just see the forward-facing faces. All right, so what we need to do is figure out where to place some seams, how to cut this open so we can lay the polygons or the UVs out flat over here in the UV editor. To do that, I think I'll begin in edge mode here, and up here underneath the hair, I think is a good opportunity to select some edges for a seam that can come across the top of the head, right up here, the very top of the forehead. So I want to select these edges right here and press Control E and choose Mark Seam. So now if I hit the A key to deselect that, you can see that edge is highlighted in red, and that tells us that there's a seam there. The next one I want to create is right down the center here, kind of creating a T shape off of that first seam and just bring it right down here. I'm going to press Control and click this edge right there to extend that selection. And then I'll press Control E and mark a seam here. So we've got this T seam on the head, and it will cut and open up at these seams. Now, in addition, I think what I also want to do is actually cut the ears completely out. I want to create a seam all the way around each of the ears. So let's say this and this. I think that's right. Yeah, we've got that selected there. So now I'll press Control E and mark seam. Let's do that on the other side. I want to select that and this edge, and the one right back here behind the ear. Yep, Control E, mark seam. Okay, so now that we have those seams marked, let's go ahead and select everything with the A key, and let's press U and unwrap. And there we go. Now we can change the method of unwrapping by coming down here to the unwrap panel, and we can change it from angle based to conformal. And there's quite a bit of a difference there between the two, and that tends to tell me we may need to apply the scale to this object. So let's come over here and go to the sidebar with the N key, and let me open this up, and sure enough, look at the scale. It's something other than ones, and we also have value in the rotation. So neither one of those is real good if we're going to be UV mapping. So to fix this, let's just press Control A and apply the rotation and scale. Now this is all ones, these are all zeros. We should get a better wrap now. Let's take a look. I'll hit the N key. Let's tab back into edit mode, and I'll press U and unwrap. Still looking a little odd there, isn't it? Let's check the angle based. That's looking pretty good, but we're also getting some strange pulling here in the mouth. Let's come in here and add a seam right in here, say right on this edge. I'll press Alt and click, and let's put a seam right there. I will press Control E and mark a seam there. So that will just split the mouth out from the rest of the head. All right, let's try this now. A, U, unwrap. It's looking better. Let's try conformal and see if it's still kind of strange. It is with conformal, and I guess that's just going to have to be. It looks like angle-based is our best bet. So what I'll do is come over here and change to select by UV island. I'll click that, and then if I just click one of these UV islands, I can select them easily. All right, so what let's do is move these out of the way. I'm going to press Control up arrow just to go to full screen for just a moment. And I want to take these are the ears, and just move these out of the way. And I'll select this, that's the inside of the mouth, and I'll just move this out of the way. And then let's rotate this, and I'm going to go ahead and just kind of turn it so it's vertical here so it's easier to see. Okay, so now what let's do is figure out if this is actually a good wrap. And the way to do that is to see how much it's being stretched, how much the mesh is being stretched by the layout of our UV map. To do that, we really need to add a material and a texture to it. So let's do that. Up here in the node editor, I'll just click New with shader node selected and object selected. I'll click New, and there we have a new material for our object. For the name of the material, let's just call it UV test, because this is just a temporary material that we're going to use on all the objects as we go through the UV mapping process. Now we need an image to feed into this material to test whether or not we're getting stretching on our model. So down here in the UV editor, I'll click New to create a new image, and I'll call this new image UV test as well. And instead of a blank type, I will choose a UV grid. And what that will do is give us, I'll click OK, will give us this black and white texture. So this is our UV test texture. Now I'll come back up here in the node editor and I'll press Shift A. I'll go to texture and I'll add an image texture. And this is what we want to hook up to the color. And we can take this little pull down menu right here, pull it down, and there's our UV test texture right there. I'll click that. And now that has been mapped into the color channel of our material. All right, so now we can come over here to the 3D view and change from solid view to texture. And there we go. Now we can see that checkerboard texture on our object. And we can see there's a little bit of stretching happening here on the face. So let's tab back into edit mode and select everything, and we can see it here. It's hard to see over the checkerboard pattern, so I'll just come down here and hit the X to remove the view of that UV test pattern. It's still here. I just took it out of the view. All right, so what we can do now is work with Blender's UV editing tools to try and reduce the stretching, say, here on the chin just a little bit. I think what I'll do is use the pen tool. So I'm going to, first of all, come down here to UVs and turn on Live Unwrap right here. And now also in the UVs menu, you can see that to pen a UV, you use the P key. So what I'll do is I'll select this UV right here. Oh, I need to change to UV select or vertex select. Now I can choose this vertex here and this one, this one, this one. Maybe I'll choose these here. So I'm just choosing some UVs or vertices on the edges, and then I'll just press the P key. There we go. So now you can see there's a little red dot at each of those selected vertices. And now that I have Live Unwrap on, if I select one of these penned items here, say this one or this one, and I just move it around, Blender will update the UV map as I move this around in real time. So if I hit the G key and move, you can see that it's re-UV mapping this instantly as I move this around. So I'm going to move this out like this and maybe move this one down to here, and I want to move this out to here like this. I'm just going to kind of spread these out a bit like this. See how that works. And maybe these, let's see what happens if I move these up. No, if I move them down. It works pretty well if I move it down a bit like this. That's not too bad. Maybe I'll move these back out again like so. So I'm just trying to get them kind of evenly spaced here. We've still got quite a bit of stretching on that chin. What we can also do is come in here and select just these points right in here that represent the chin, and we can relax them or minimize the stretch. So I'm going to press the C key and circle select just these points right in here. Maybe I'll deselect these right here. There we go. Let's try that. So I've just selected those points, and if you look in here in the UV menu again, you can see this Control V is minimize stretch. So I'm going to press Control V, and then very quickly I'm going to click the mouse to stop it. So let's try this. I'm going to press Control V and then click the mouse, and it helped a little bit maybe. Let's try again. Is it going to be able to do any more? No, that's about it. All right. I could maybe select more vertices out here, and let's try that. Control V. Yeah, that helped quite a bit actually. So there we go. We've reduced some of the stretching here on the chin, made them so they're a little bit more uniform than they were at least. We don't have to worry too much about this seam up here. We do have a visible seam, but that'll be covered by the hair. In addition, we've got a visible seam around the ear, but once again, that'll be covered by the hair as well. So okay, we have our head UV mapped. Let's now press the division key on the number pad to bring back everything else. And in the next video, let's maybe work on the jacket. For the jacket, let's go through the same process. I will isolate it with that division key on the numpad. And let's tab into edit mode and take a look here. You know, now that I think about it, I'm really wondering if I need all of these faces in here. I feel like that this is just too much, that we don't need all of these, and it may just be a pain to have to UV map them. So I think what I'll do is go ahead and just select these and get rid of these, just this kind of one layer inside here. And maybe this area right in here as well. Something like that. I don't think I need these, so I'm going to hit X and delete these. And is there anything else that I don't need? I guess this is probably good to have on the inside of the cuffs. And we're going to need these inside the collar here. So, okay, I think we're ready to go. So, let's go back to edge mode, and I just want to create edges or seams, I guess, where the normal seams of a jacket would be. So maybe right here underneath the arm, and the other one maybe right here underneath the arm. And let's press Control E and mark that seam, or those two seams. And also I think we'd have a seam around the shoulder right here. So let's go ahead and add a seam here as well. So I'll press Control E and mark a seam there. We may need to break out the inside of the collar, but let's give it a try and see before we place any seams there. So I'll press A. Oh, and before we do that, actually, let's just go ahead and apply the rotation and scale. I'll press Control A and apply that here. Okay, so now let's go back to edit mode, select everything, press the U key, and click Unwrap. And there we go. That actually doesn't look too bad. Let's add a material to it, our UV test. And let's come down here and change to texture mode. And let's take a look at it. Yeah, that actually doesn't look too bad. Even around the collar, that pulled that out pretty well. The one thing I would like to do is, of course, turn this. We can turn it like this. Actually, it probably won't mean a whole lot here, turning it here, because ultimately we're going to combine all of these objects together and put all of these UV islands on one UV map. So we'll do the final placement and arranging then. But just to kind of see how it's going to look, let's turn it like that, and yeah, I think that's pretty good. So there we have the UV map for the jacket. I'll change this to texture mode so we can see it. All right, let's try the shirt now. I'll select the shirt, hit the division key, and this is a little bit odd because we've got this fold over, and I already have a seam there from when I was trying to select things. Let's go ahead and just UV map it as is and see what happens. I'll hit the A key and U and unwrap. Well, that's not too bad. Angle-based and conformal don't show much of a difference. Let's go ahead and apply the rotation and scale and try it again. Ah, okay, so now let's take a look at angle-based and conformal. Yeah, they don't really show too much of a difference there either. This looks pretty good if we add our UV test material to it. There it is. Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of stretching there, so let's go ahead and go with that. I'll bring everything back, and now let's work on the pants. I will isolate those, tab into edit mode. Oh, let's go ahead and go back and apply the rotation and scale. For this, I think we can add seams on the outside, maybe right along here and right along here. like that. So let's go ahead and add a seam there. And we should, I guess, mark a seam right here on the inseam as well, something like that. Okay, so let's mark that. Now let's select everything, hit U and unwrap. Yeah, those look pretty good. Let's go with that. We can go ahead and add the UV test material on it just to see how we did, and that looks pretty good. All right, let's bring everything back and let's work on the hand. I'll select that hand and isolate it, and let's take a look at this. I'll go ahead and apply the rotation and scale. I think for this I want to select an edge all the way around from this side of the hand all the way around each of the fingers, and then just to this point of the thumb. And then it will open up at that edge but still be connected here along the thumb. Let's try this. This oftentimes works pretty well. Let's give it a try and see. So I'm just going to press Alt and Shift and click on through these edges here, like this, and try and get these to connect up. So you can see if I hit the Z key that so far we've connected all of these up to here. I'm going to continue with Alt, Shift, and click and move on around here like this. It's kind of hard to see there. I think that connected. Yep, that connected up there. And keep going on around this finger down into here. And now let's select this one. Oh, I got to come into here. There we go. Let's see how this worked. Did everything connect up? Yep, I think it did. All right. So let's keep going. Alt, Shift, click here and on around. Now, as I went through here, it turned up into the knuckle of the thumb, and I don't want that. So I'm going to press the C key and middle mouse button click and select these to here. And I think what I'll need to do is come down one like this and then select these like this. Yeah, I'm going to have to come down at some point to then go along the edge of the thumb here. So I could come to here and then down, or I could come down here. It really doesn't matter. Maybe I'll go this way. Let me try this way and deselect like that. Yeah, I'll try that. Okay, and then I don't want these edges here. I just want it to break out here. I want it to come to here, and then all of this is just going to stay connected, and it's going to open up along all of this edge. All right, so let's go to the wireframe view and just make sure that it is all connecting. I think so. Let's go ahead and press Control E, mark a seam, and there we go. Now let's select everything with the A key, press U, and unwrap. Now that doesn't look very good. Let's go back to conformal. That still doesn't look very good. I feel like I've missed an edge in there somewhere. So let's go back and see what I might have missed. Aha, right in here. Right here. You see how I missed this edge right here? So let's be sure and select that. Okay, I'll press Control E, mark seam. Ah, right here, look at this. I missed this as well. So let's get that. Mark seam. Anything else now? Let's hit the Z key and see. That looks pretty good. Let's try it again. I'll hit the A key, U, and unwrap. Yeah, that's looking a little bit better. I'll go back to angle based. Yeah, this is what I want right here. This is what I was trying to get to. So as you can see, it split out all the fingers along that edge, and then it held it at the thumb and opened it up there at the thumb. That's what I wanted. Okay, good. So we've got that. Let's hit the division key again. Let's now take a look at the boot. I'll grab this, isolate it, tab into edit mode, and we might as well just split these at those seams there, right? The seams that we've already created. Maybe I can select this and deselect these. I don't need these here on the top, like that. And I don't want to go all the way into the sole of the shoe. In fact, I want this edge to be a seam as well, all the way around there. So let's middle mouse button, deselect these. I'm going to go to the C key again down here, deselect those, and let's deselect these here as well. We've got the edges on the front and the back. We're using those. I'm also splitting the top out, but I think we might be able to also use this seam right in here, there as well. Yeah, let's try that. I'll press Control E and no, actually, let me stop for just a moment. I don't think I want this seam. That's a little too visible. Let me press the C key again and middle mouse button to deselect these and make sure we don't have any extras in here. Let's deselect that. All right, so let's take a look at this now. The Z key. Yeah, I think this is more what we want here. We want an edge back here, but not up on the top because that's just too visible. And these pre-made seams, the seams that we created in the modeling, those can be used to hide the seams for the UV map. So let's give this a try. All right, so now let's press Control E, mark a seam. There we go. Now let's go ahead and apply the rotation and scale. Let's now select everything in edit mode, press U, and unwrap. There we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that. Let's just take a look at conformal. Yeah, I like angle based a little bit better. That seems to be more even when it comes to this piece. We can go ahead and add our UV test and see what we think. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's hit the division key again, and we could add a UV test material to that, to the hand, since we've done that. All right, that's looking pretty good. So in the next video, what let's do is let's work on these more complex objects like the holster and the gun. And then after that, what we'll do is work on combining all of the UVs back into one UV map. So now let's select the holster and let's work on it. I think I'll isolate it once again with the division key on the numpad. And I think what we should do is separate the part that holds the gun out from the rest of the straps here. And also for this one, I think all we need is just an edge or a seam right here. I'll just select that edge and mark a seam, and I think we should be okay just splitting it there and laying it out flat. Now for this over here, let's first of all break this out on the inside. We can create a seam here and break out the inside of the holster. We could even select edges here and here and here and even over here and kind of split these out so it lays a little flatter. There we go. In addition, we could break this whole piece off of the strap. So I'll select this edge and maybe also this edge right here and this one right here. Let's mark that seam. Now up here we could also break these edges out so it lays a little flatter, say right here and right up here. I'll mark these. And let's get these over here as well. All right, so we mark those. Now for this piece, I think all we need to do is just mark these corner edges right here the same way we just did. And I'll mark those. And let's get this one and this one. Yep, so let's mark those. Okay, now let's also go back to object mode and apply the rotation and scale. Now let's tab back into edit mode, select everything and press U and unwrap. And yeah, I think that's probably pretty good. Let's see if conformal does any better. Not really. Angle base seems pretty good. Let's go ahead and add that material onto here, right there. And yeah, I think that's going to work just fine. All right. So now let's bring everything back and let's take a look at the belt here. I will isolate it. And well, it looks to me like, guess what I didn't do? I did not remove the back faces off of here. And to do that now would be quite a lot of work because of these circles that we've used the Boolean tool for. That looks like that would be quite a lot of work. And I don't know that we want to do that. Maybe let's UV map this in a little bit different way. Instead of using that unwrap feature, I'll go ahead and select everything here and press the U key. And instead of creating seams and unwrapping it here, what I'm going to try is this Smart UV Project. Blender will just try and break the object up as best as it can into individual islands. So before I do that, let me apply the rotation and scale. Now let's come back and let's give it a try. I'll press U and Smart UV Project. Now here we can set the angle limit and the island margin, but I think for now let's just click OK and see how we do. All right, that really doesn't look too bad. I think we may be able just to go with that. Let's apply our test material here and see. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. There are some visible seams here and here. Yeah, and here. That may not be the greatest of solutions, but at least for now, as I said, the amount of work we would go through to try and remove that inner face is, or these inner faces, would be quite a bit. So I think for now, let's leave it as is, and as we begin to texture paint, we'll see how it goes. All right, I'm going to press the division key, and let's go see about this holster buckle. We've got several pieces to this, recall. Let's go ahead and isolate it. And we could do a couple of things that might make our lives a little easier here. Just like we've removed the back faces of this and this, we could also remove the back faces of these pieces as well and see if that's going to help us any. I'll switch back to solid mode and let's just select these pieces here, these faces, and let's just delete them. We are never going to see them, and they're only going to be annoying in terms of UV mapping. So let's just get rid of them. And I'll also get rid of this one in the back as well. There we go. All right, so now let's see if there's any seams that we could add to this that might make it lay a little bit flatter. We could just select these faces here, or these edges here, excuse me, and maybe add seams to this to kind of open this up. All right, I think we've got them there. Let's mark our seams. Now for, oops, we've got one extra one here, it looks like. So let me get rid of that one. Okay. Now for these pieces, maybe we should also add these edges as seams as well. Let's try this. And mark seams here. Let's come over here and do the same thing for this. All right. Mark seam. Let's give this a try. I will go back to object mode and let's press Control A and apply the rotation and scale. Tab into edit mode and let's press U and unwrap. Yeah, see, that looks pretty good. I'll go ahead and apply that material. Let's take a look at it. Looks pretty good. Oh, it looks like I didn't do the edges on this one right here. Maybe I better do that so it opens up a little bit better. Let's try it one more time. Yeah, see, there it is right there. So let's try that one more time and unwrap. Yeah, that opens it up quite a bit better. All right, so we've got those now. Let's bring everything back. We'll need to do all of these, all the rivets. I think those are going to be pretty easy. We can just go into edit mode, and since none of these have a back to them right here, we should be able just to select them all. Well, let's apply the rotation and scale. Let's select them all and press U and unwrap, and there they are. So that takes care of that. All right. Oh, we could apply our UV test material to those. So there they are. All right, so we have just about everything UV mapped. We need to do the eyes and the gun. Let's do the eyeball here. I'll isolate it, and let's select some edges going back here. So let me just, I'm going to Alt-click that edge, Alt-Shift-click this one, and this one. And then I'm going to go to the side view, go to wireframe, and I'm going to hit the C key for circle select, and I'm going to middle mouse button click and drag and deselect all of this. So we only have the edges in the back like this. So I'm going to mark those as seams, apply the rotation and scale, select all, and press U and unwrap. And there we go. So that's our eye. All right. Let's go back now. Oh, I can add the material to that just to make sure we know that that's been done. All right, so now that we have the eye, it turns out we still have the teeth. I forgot about the teeth, but let's work on the gun and the teeth in the next video. Well, before we work on the gun, let's quickly get the teeth UV mapped. And for these, the way we're going to rig this particular character is so that the teeth will actually be their own objects. So we can pretty much UV map these any way we want. Let me select these two and hit the division key to isolate them. And there we are. I think what we're going to do is just use Smart UV Project for these, because, as I said, they're going to be on their own UV map as their own objects. So I'm not going to worry too much about creating seams and everything. And also, this is just really going to be a single colored texture. It's not going to be very detailed. So let's just not worry too much about these. Let's just hit the A key and press U, and let's choose Smart UV Project. And I will set an island margin for maybe 0.01. Let's do that. And I'll click OK. So there we go. There's our teeth. Let's do that for the other one as well. I'll select this, select everything in edit mode, hit the U key, and Smart UV Project once again. And there we go. Okay, so that's good for those. Let's not worry too much about those in terms of UV mapping. All right, so let's bring everything else back. And now let's take a look at the gun. I'll hit the division key on the numpad to isolate it, and we'll tab into edit mode. Now, I think I am going to go ahead and use seams and the UV unwrap tool for this instead of Smart UV Project. It's just a good exercise to go through something like this. So let's just see if we can get this done relatively quickly. I'm going to select this piece right here with the L key. I'll shift select this to turn off the seams, and I'll press Shift H to hide everything except the selected object. Now let's go into edge mode, and I think what I'll do is just Alt click this edge, and then let's deselect here and Alt Shift select that ring right there. And let's do the same down here. Deselect that one edge and Alt-Shift that. Now let's mark the seam, and we can go ahead and test this. I'll just hit A and U and unwrap. And it looks like we're having a problem because we haven't applied the rotation and scale. So let's bring everything else back with Alt-H, and then let's tab into object mode and press Control A and rotation and scale, and that should help out quite a bit. So I'll select this one object again right here, and I'll press U and unwrap. Yeah, that looks a whole lot better. Okay, so the next piece, let's keep on going. Let's select this. I'll press Shift H, and let's work on this. Now for this, I think I'm just going to grab some edges all the way around each one of these pieces here and create seams there. Same thing over on this side and create a seam. I think we should probably extend seams on down here like this. This one right here, and do the same thing here. Mark seams here, and then for this piece I think maybe all we need to do is just select that edge right there and mark a seam. Alright, now let's give it a test. I'll hit A, U, and unwrap. Not too bad, but these things look a little warped. So maybe here, let's add an edge or a seam on these parts here, and one here, and one here. And let's try this, just to kind of open that up. I'll hit A, U, unwrap. Yeah, that looks quite a bit better. All right, so Alt-H. Now, what next? How about this piece back here? I'll hit the L key, Shift-H, period to zoom in, and let's just go with this edge all the way around, like this, here, and also we'll do the same thing on the other side. Grab all of these. I'm just pressing Alt and Shift and clicking, selecting those and marking the seam there, and also let's get this circle and this circle as well as one edge right in here, and let's mark those. Alright, so now let's select U, unwrap. Yeah, that's not too bad. What if we feels like we need to split this out right here, so what if we grab, say, just this edge, and let's mark a seam here and see what happens. You unwrap. Yeah, so that opens that up. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. Next, oops, let's press Alt-H in edit mode. There we go. And let's grab these two here, this piece and this piece. Let's see what we can do with these. I will press Shift-H. And I think we could get rid of this one face here and also select these edges right along here, give those a seam, and maybe we just want to give this one edge a seam. And let's test this out. U, unwrap. Yeah, that looks fine to me. Okay. Alt-H. What else do we need to do here? How about the barrel? Let's take a look at this. Shift-H, period. I bet all I need to do is just create a seam right down here. Let's do that, and then let's test it out. U and unwrap. Yeah, that's fine by me. Alt-H. How about this? Let's take a look at these two. Shift-H, period. Let's just create a seam right down here. Let's one here, mark seams, and let's unwrap these. Not too bad, but what's going on here? It feels like There's, oh, I see. So let's try this again. Let's undo this, or let's remove the seam from here, clear seam, and then let's press Alt and select that there, and let's create a seam there. Oop, I still have this for some reason. Sorry about that. Let's hit clear seam. There we go. So now we've got that marked there. Let's try this again. Unwrap. Yeah, so that split that off now. Okay, so Alt H, and let's keep going. What else should we do? How about these pieces here? I'll press the L key to select these, Shift H, and I think for these, really all we need to do is just break these out here. We can select these. Actually, all I'll do is just select that one face, and we'll just mark a seam there, so that will be that seam all the way around there. And then let's just select these edges here, and same thing down here. Mark a seam. Let's give it a try. That looks fine to me. Alt H. Let's keep going. How about these pieces here? Let's grab these while we're here. I'm just hitting the L key to select each one of these, and I'll press Shift H, and it looks like we've got quite a few internal faces here that we're never going to see. So let's just select these and get rid of these here and here. There we go. And then, now that we've got all of those deleted, oh, I still didn't get these. Let's grab these. There we go. Now I think we're good. We can just leave them as is and UV map them like this. Let's just hit U and unwrap. Yep, sure enough, that works. How about, what haven't we gotten yet? Well, we haven't gotten the handle. Let's do this, or the grip. Shift H. And for this, let's see what we can do. How about here, here? Let's do these two edges. Let's split these out. All right, mark seams. Select U, unwrap. Looks fine to me. Okay, Alt H. This little guy right up here, L. Shift H. Let's zoom in. And I think we could, you know, we're getting a bit of clipping here when we're zooming in pretty close. Let's see if we can fix that by opening up the sidebar, and right here under clip, notice we've got the start clip at 0.1. Let's take that down to 0.01. Yeah, there we go. So now we don't clip when we're zoomed into the object. Let's go ahead and select these faces, delete, and I guess all we need to do is select these edges here, and same thing over here, and maybe we could select that ring and this ring and maybe one edge in here. There we go, mark seam. Let's give it a try. Yep, that looks good. Alt H. What else? Well, we haven't done this big piece here. Let's try that. Shift H, period. What should we do? Let's try and make our lives easier by selecting edges that are going to go all the way around. So it looks like this edge right here. Yeah, that goes all the way around. So let's mark a seam there. If I select this edge, well, that doesn't go all the way around. What about this one? Yep, that goes all the way around. Make my life easy. Let's split it down the middle here. Alt, click there, and mark that seam. And then, you know what? Let's go ahead and break out the trigger as well, right in here. Let's do this. Okay, and then I think we're going to need to have edges selected here on both sides or seams created, I should say, right here and right there. Okay, so there's that. Let's give it a try. U and unwrap. Not too bad. Are these still connected? No, they're okay. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. Alt H. What else? Do we have anything else that we need to do? Oh, there's these pieces right in here. I think this is the last thing we need to do is these little cylinders. Let's do this. For these, I think we could just select some edges here on the insides, like this, and then edges at the ends here, like this, and some down here. There we go. Okay, so let's press Alt H, bring everything back. Now that I think we have everything UV'd, let's check it out and see. I'll press A for everything, and U and unwrap. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, I think, let's press Shift up arrow to take a look at it. I think we have everything we need. So that looks pretty good. Okay, Control up arrow, and I'll tab back into object mode, hit the division key on the numpad. Oh, and also let's give it a material. Let's go ahead and give it that UV test material, and let's take a look at it just to make sure. Let me isolate it once again, and let's just go around and take a look. We've got visible seams here at the bottom of the barrel. I don't think that'll be too much of a problem because that's going to be right up against the holster, or actually in the holster, I should say. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and go with that. Let's bring it back, and there we go. So now we have everything UV mapped. What let's do in the next video is combine everything together that needs to be combined, and then we will make all the UV islands the same relative size and pack them all into the 0 to 1 space right here, this square within the UV editor. So that's coming up next. So now we're to the point where I'd like to combine all of these UV islands together into one UV map. And to do that in Blender, we're going to need to combine all of the objects together so that we can go into edit mode all at the same time with all the objects. But to do that, there's an issue. Here, let me go back to the default view here. The issue is really that I did the sculpting and the modeling at the same time. If I had waited to do the sculpting until after I'd created all the UV maps, this really wouldn't be an issue. We could combine all the objects together and we wouldn't really have any problems. The problem comes because of the modifiers on the different objects. So say for the boots here, I have a multi-resolution modifier, but for the belt, I do not. So combining these two together is going to destroy either the look of the belt or blow away and delete the sculpt information of the multi-resolution modifier. Because if I select the boot, let's say, and then shift select the belt and press Control J to join them together, you can see I've lost my multi-resolution modifier. So let me undo that with Control Z. What I need to do is be able to create a unified UV map without losing the sculpt information on the character. So how do we do that? Well, I think what we need to do is just duplicate this, and then we'll combine everything, create that unified UV map, and then we'll individually transfer the UV maps piece by piece back to the original object or back to the original character. So first of all, what I want to do is go through and just hide all of the pieces that do not need to be combined into one object. We're going to have the gun, the teeth, and the eyes all as their own separate objects, so they don't need to be a part of this. So I've hidden them away here in the outliner. Then I'm just going to hit the A key and select everything, and then duplicate and move this on over. So there is our duplicate that we'll combine. I'm going to go ahead and save my Blender file here. And now with this duplicated, let's just press Ctrl J and combine it all into one object. Let's give it a name. Let's call it duplicate character. There we go. And now if I tab into edit mode, you can see we get edit mode for all of the objects at the same time. Let's go back to our UV editing screen layout. And I can probably turn off the UV texture for now. So let's tab into edit mode here in this object and hit the A key and select everything. And now you can see all the UV maps here in the UV editor. And it's a mess. So if we hit the A key and select everything, let's first of all make sure the scale of all these islands are proportional to the objects in our 3D model. To do that, let's go to UVs and average island scale right here, or Control A. I'll just click that. Now you can see things like the ears are the proper size as compared to the jacket or the pants. Now that we've done that, let's pack everything into this 0 to 1 space here, this square. To do that, let's go to UVs and pack islands. And there we go. So now there are all of our UV islands all in one unified UV map. I'm going to go ahead and save my file here. And while I'm here, I think I want to change the relative size of the head. While it's correct proportionally in size to the rest of the UV islands, it isn't correct proportionally in terms of the interest. In other words, if in our animation that we're creating we have a close-up of the character, it's going to be on the face. And we need to make sure that we're going to have enough resolution on that face when we have those close-ups. So I think I want to scale this up just a bit like this. Let's try this. Maybe something like that. Maybe I'll even rotate it just a bit like this. And there we go. So now we want to pack these in again to the 0 to 1 space. We don't want to press Control A and average the scales out again, but we do want to pack them in. So let's hit that A key and press Control P, and that will pack these in. And then I'll uncheck the rotate checkbox here, and that'll turn that up like that. Okay, so there is our unified UV map. Once again, I'm going to hit Control S and save. Now what we want to do is transfer these UV islands to this object or to these objects. So let's just say I select this boot. You can see the UV maps here. This is where we want them to be. However, if I look at this boot here, that's where the UV islands are currently. So we need to transfer them from one to the other. To do that, we're going to want to select this boot and then shift select this boot. But the problem is this boot is still all part of this larger object. So I'll tab into edit mode, and with this selected, I'll press the P key and split this out. Now, if we select this boot, the target, shift select this boot, the source, and press Control L, now we can come down here to this magical little tool, Transfer UV Maps. If we click that, if we select that, there they are. All right, so that's all we're going to do now through the rest of the model. Gets a little tedious, but we don't have too many parts to it. To keep track of what I'm doing, I'm going to select this and move it to a new layer. I'll press M and 4, and that'll move it to layer 4. All right, once again, I'm going to save, because you never know when there may be a problem. All right, so let's now work on the pants. I will hover over the pants and press the L key, then the P key, and selection. Now I'll select these pants, shift select the source, press Control L, and transfer UV maps. All right, let's see if it worked. Sure enough, there we go. All right, so now I'm going to take these pants and move them to layer 4. There we go. Now this here, let's grab the parts of the holster with the L key like that. P key, selection. Go back to object mode. Let's select the holster over here. Shift select this one. And then press Control L and transfer UV maps. Now let's take a look at this one. Yep, that looks good. All right, so let's hide this or move it. M4. And now let's keep going. Let's try the jacket. So L, P. Now we select this jacket and this jacket. Control L, transfer. Let's take a look. Yep, that's good. All right, now let's move that, M4, and we keep going. How about the hand? Let's split this one out. I'll hit the L key, P, selection, back to object mode. This hand, shift select that one, and transfer the maps. Let's make sure we got it. Sure enough, we did. That's good. And I'll hide that hand away. How about the shirt? Let's do this one. Once again, the L key, split it out. Select this, shift select that, Control L, and transfer the maps. Did we get it? Yes, we did. Okay. Let's take this and move it. And we'll keep going here. Let's do the head now. Let's select this, split it out, and transfer the maps. Check it out. Sure enough, we got it. Move this to layer 4 and keep going. All right, so how about let's work on the belt buckles here. Maybe let's grab these here and these back here. There we go. Let's split these out. Now if we select this belt buckle and this one, transfer the maps. Let's check it out. Yep, that worked. Okay, so let's move this. And we've just got 2 more things to go here. Let's try and grab all of these pieces here. I'm going to go to the front view and, well, yeah, here we go. If I Control left mouse click and drag to lasso these, now I can split these out with the P key. And then we can select one of these and shift select these and transfer the UVs there. Now let's go take a look. There they are. Okay, good. Now I'm going to go ahead and save again just to make sure. I'll move these to a new layer. And finally, we have the belt, and that's it. So let's just select the belt. Shift select this, transfer those UV maps. And let's test it out. Let's see. There we go. So now all of the UV maps for our split up object, our split up character, are in the correct places for a unified UV map, right? We can see that this is here, and all of these have been arranged within the 0 to 1 space, so none of the UV islands actually overlap each other. And in addition, if we create a new window here, I'll just drag this out and let's switch this to a properties window here. If we go into our modifiers panel, we can see that everything still has all the sculpting information. What I want to do now is duplicate the hand and the boots over to the other side so we have the whole character in place. And I guess we need the eyes as well. So for the hands, this is a subdivision surface modifier currently. Let's turn this on. There we go. So if I select the hand, you can see the origin is here at the center of the grid. All we need to do is add a mirror modifier here and mirror that over. Now if I move this to the top of the stack and click apply, now this is all one object. However, take a look at this. If we tab into edit mode and select them, we only have one UV map. What this has done is duplicated the UV map right in the same place as the original map. So if I select this and hit G and move it out of the way, you can see there it is. All right, so that's what we wanted to do for that. That's good. The head we've already applied the mirror modifier for, so that's okay. We don't need to deal with that. How about the boot down here? Now, the interesting thing about the boot is because we have a multi-res modifier on here, we cannot use a mirror modifier because the multi-res modifier is a strange creature. We can't do things like we can with other modifiers. So just as an example here, let me save this, and then as an example I'll add a mirror modifier, and then if I apply it, all the sculpt information goes away. So we can't do that. Let me undo this. There we go. But what we can do is we can use the Control M tool to mirror this over. So if I take this and I duplicate it with Shift D and hit enter, then I press Control M and hit the X key, that will mirror that over to the other side. So now we have two objects, both with a multi-res modifier on them. And in addition, if we take a look at this here, there's the UV map. And if we take a look at this here, the UV maps are in the exact same places. And that's good too. Now if we combined these into one object, we'd need to do some flipping of the polygons here. So if I selected this and selected this and combine these two into one object with Control J, you can see that the normals of one would flip around. So what we can do here is press the L key to select all of that and then press Control N to flip those polygons out again. So that's just if you happen to combine them together, like we did with the hands here. Okay, so these now are all on the same UV islands. If I selected one and moved it, you can see there's the other one underneath it. And lastly, let's mirror the eye over. So let me go back to our default view here, and I'll select or bring back I'll go ahead and bring back the teeth and the eye. And if we select this eye right here, we can mirror this over because the origin is still in the center of the grid here. We can come in here and we can press Add Modifier and Mirror, and that will mirror that over. We can then apply that mirror modifier, although we should probably bring the mirror modifier up to the top of the stack to do that. I'll click Apply, and now if we grab, say, this eye here and split this out, now we can call these their proper names. So this can be I_L, and this one can be I_R. And in the next video, what we need to do is work on the UV maps for the hair as well. And I'm afraid that this too is kind of an intricate process, but it isn't something that we can't do. So let's take a look at this in the next video. Now we can use a similar process to create the UV maps for the hair planes. Let's first go to that original template that we kept way out here in a layer. I'll just select it and zoom in, and here it is. Now if we tab into edit mode, we still see it as a curve. We have these Bezier handles here. What we need to do is convert this to a mesh, to polygons. To do that, we can select it and then come over here to the object menu and go to Convert to and Convert to Mesh. We can also press Alt-C. I'll click this, and there we go. Now we've got an object that is polygons. Let's now go over to our UV editing screen layout. Here we go. And I'll select it. I'll zoom in. And let's go ahead and press U and unwrap and see what happens. Well, that looks pretty good. How about if we switch over to conformal? Same thing. All right. So our object is currently turned on its side. I'd like it to be upright. In other words, I'd like this part here, these vertices right up here, to be at the top of the UV editor, at the top of the 0 to 1 space. Because when we create our hair texture, I'm going to be painting the hair strands from top to bottom, and I want it to go out like this. So to figure out which points are on the top, I'm going to come down here and click on this button right here, the Keep UV and Edit Mode in Sync. I'll turn that on. Now, even though we don't select any of the faces here in the 3D view, we can still see them over here in the UV editor. And if I take this, say, let's select this one, and sure enough, that is this point right here. So now we know that these points here coincide with these points here. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll select this, and I'll press R, and I'll hold the Control key down, and I'll rotate it 90 degrees. And then I'm going to move it over and put it right in here. Maybe I'll scale it down just a little bit. I want to fit it right into this 0 to 1 space right here. And then what I want to do is expand it so it fills the whole space. To do that, I can select one point, snap the cursor to it, cursor to selected. There it is. Now I'll change my pivot point to the 2D cursor here. And then if I select everything and press S and X, now I can scale those out from that point. And I'll just bring it right out, I don't know, to about right here. So that's all I wanted, just to fill that 0 to 1 space with my UV map. All right, so now that that is done, what we need to do is somehow transfer these to the other hair planes. And of course, that's going to be our Transfer UV Map tool. But before we can do that, we need to convert all of those hair planes to polygon objects in the same way we did here. So let's go back over to the layer with the hair. Here it is. And currently, as we know, these are all curves. There's our Bezier handles for one of them. So now if we select them all and go to Object and Convert To, we can convert them to a mesh right here. So I'll do that. And there we go. So now if I select one of them, you can see they're all polygons now. Now when we selected all of them, we selected this empty in the process, and that's okay. It didn't do anything to it. So what let's do is now I'm going to bring this layer back. So let's take this object right here, and let's transfer the UVs from this object to all of these as well. So first of all, what I'll do is I'll just go to wireframe and I'll border select all of these. And then I'll come down here and shift select this right here. And then I'll press Control L and transfer UV maps. There we go. Now let's go back up and see how we did. If I select one of these, and let's go back to our UV editing view, hit that period key. Oh, we have relationship lines again here in this view, and that's okay. We can get rid of those. But if we select one of these planes and hit the tab key, there it is. I can come down here and turn off this in sync mode. Then that means I have to actually select the polygons over here. But if you notice, we have our UV maps on all of these objects now. So what we can do is create hair texture for one of these. Just create one hair texture, and then we can apply it to all of them, because each one of these is one right on top of the other. They're all stacked up here in the UV editor. All right, I'll hit the N key to go, and let's turn off those relationship lines right here. There we go. All right, so now that we've done that, we don't really need these anymore. We can go ahead and delete them now. I'll press X and delete those. And now if we go back to our default view, we have both the hair and the character UV mapped now. And that takes care of the UV mapping for the entire character. So in the next section of the course, what we'll do is we'll work on baking out some texture maps. This will help us apply this high resolution sculpting information to a lower polygon character. So currently we've got 1.6, almost 1.7 million tries. That's a lot, and that could slow down our work as we're animating and also slow down the render process. So baking texture maps like a normal map can help us preserve this high resolution information while making our character and our scene a little more efficient. So we'll work on that coming up next. Before we begin baking our textures, this is another good time to save a version of your project. You can see here I'm up to version 60. I've been saving a new version of the project at each major point along the way. So if you haven't already, now is a good time to do that. Save a new version so that what you've done in the past is still there, and if anything happens to this file, you can always go back to the previous one and not lose a whole lot of work. Now what I'd like to do is bake this information, this sculpt information, to a normal map. And a normal map is just a texture map that Blender uses to kind of trick the eye into thinking there's more resolution than there actually is. And this is a method used in video games all the time. And once we're all done, this character will be able to go into any video game engine like Unity or Unreal with the textures that we're going to create. So to bake a normal map, the first thing let's do is let's go over to our UV editing screen layout, because this is really a good arrangement of windows for us to do this. So first of all, we're going to need to create a new file, a new image file for the normal map information to be baked onto. So what let's do is let's take this image texture that we created for our UV testing, and let's just get rid of that up here. I just hit the X key. And our UV test material, we can repurpose this now. This is just a normal material. Let's just call this base material. And we can now use this for anything. In addition, I don't think I want this diffuse BSDF. I think I'd like the newer principled BSDF. So I'll delete that with the X key, and then I'll press Shift A. And let's bring in, under Shader, a principled BSDF. And then we'll hook this up from the green to the green here. This is just a newer shader that has more settings and tools in it that we can use. It's a good time to begin using some of the newer parts of Blender. Now down here I'd like to create that image texture that we're going to bake the normal map onto. So I'll come down here and I'll click New, and for this let's call this character _NOR for normal map, so we know what it is. And for the width and the height, this 1024 is 1K, 1000 pixels. Let's change this to 4K. I'm going to type in 4096, and that's just the standard sizing of a 4K image. And then we want it blank, and we'll just click OK. And there it is. So I'll zoom out a bit. And there we are. The next thing let's do is come over here to the render panel right here, and let's go all the way down to the very bottom, and here is the bake panel. We could probably take this and just move this up a bit so it's in the center here, but this is usually found all the way at the bottom. Now currently it's set to combined for the bake type. We don't want that, we want normal. And what I'd like to do is change this clear setting. I don't want it to clear the black away once we begin baking. I want to keep this, so I'm going to uncheck this. Otherwise it would clear this away and everything outside of the UV islands would be clear or transparent, would be an alpha map. Alright, so we've got our normal map selected. All we've got to do is click Bake Now, if and only if we have a multi-resolution modifier. So let's come over here to the modifiers panel, and remember that some of these have a multi-resolution modifier on them, and others have a subdivision surface modifier on them, and still others have no modifier at all, like the belt. The nice thing about a multi-resolution modifier is that we can just select it and hit bake, and it will work. Whereas with a subdivision surface modifier, we actually have to have two objects, a low poly object and a high poly object, and we bake from one to the other. But for this multi-res object, we can just come back to our render panel, and here in the bake panel, right here, we can just click bake and it'll work. The only problem is, one thing more we have to do is we have to add our new character normal map up here. So let's press Shift A, go to Texture, Image Texture, and in this node, let's pull down this menu and choose our character normal map. Now, we could connect it here, but we don't have to. We just need it here in the node editor. That's all. All right, so now we've got our boot selected. I'm going to come over here to the bake panel and just click bake. And there it goes. You can see the percentage up here. And there it is. There's the normal map for our boots. If we zoom in here, we can see that you've got that normal information right in here. That sculpt information right over our UV maps. Now, of course, this purple is just what a normal map is. It's using RGB to save that high resolution information. All right, let's try it again. Let's take these pants. Let's go over and make sure it's got a multi-res modifier. I've got the preview and the render up to 4. I'll come back to my render panel. I'm going to save my scene just to make sure we're okay, and then I will click bake right here. And there it goes. It's working on it up here. You can see the percentage again. And there are the pants. So this is the process that we're going to use to go through and just create a normal map for our character. Now, we're not going to do it for the eyes, I don't believe, and I don't think we need it for the teeth, but for everything else where there's this sculpt information, or even on the hands where these wrinkles and fingernails would be nice to have, we'll go ahead and bake a normal map. So let's do another one. Let's select this coat, and we can come over here and click bake. Now, for the hands, as I said, we're going to need two objects if we're going to use this subsurface modifier here. However, what we could do is we could delete the subsurf modifier and just add a multi-resolution, and that would make our lives a bit easier. If we zoom in here, we can take a look at it like this, and then I'll delete this, and then add a multi-resolution, and if we click subdivide a few times, we get a very similar look as the subdivision surface modifier. So now we can come back over here to the render panel and to the bake area and click bake for the hands. And there are the hands here with that high resolution information here. Okay, that's good. Let's try the holster here. Now it too has a subsurf on it. We can turn it on here and see it. Let's delete this and add a multi-res and increase that up to 4, and then I'll save the scene, go back to the render window and click bake. And there we go. Now you can see that little message pop up here in the top bar of Blender every time we do a bake. Let's do another one and let's take a look at that. I'll select the shirt. I'll go ahead and save my scene. Then I'll click bake. And there we go. And what this is telling us is we need to save our normal map externally. If you look over here, right down here by image, there's an asterisk, and that's telling us that this image has not been saved to disk yet. If we were to exit out of Blender and come back, we would lose all of this information because it hasn't been saved to disk. So we need to come in here to image and save as image right here. And I'm going to go ahead and put it in my textures folder here. I already have one here that I've created earlier, and I'll hit save image and right over that. So now it's been saved to disk and we can keep on going. Let's now try the head. That's going to go right in here if you remember. Let's select the head, come over here to the modifiers window, and let's delete this subsurf, add a multi-res, click subdivide a few times to get it up to 4. That's kind of where the other ones were. And then what we can do is come back to the render window and click bake. And there it is. Now if we zoom in down here, there's that information. It's looking a little creepy, but this is the information that we need to preserve all of this high resolution detail. So in the next video, let's work on testing this out, applying it to our character without all the multi-res information on it. Well, remember how I said we had to save the external image here separately from the Blender scene file? Well, immediately after the last video, I saved the Blender file, but I forgot to save the image. So the bake of the head is gone. It just went away, and that's what I mean. So let's do that again. I'll select the head and make sure the multi-res is on, and I'll just come back to the render window and we'll click bake. So just another reminder to press Alt-S or go to Image, Save Image before you close the Blender scene file. All right, now we're back to where we were. So in addition, I'd like to go ahead and create normal maps for the unsubdivided objects that we have in here, the ones that do not have a modifier on them, like the belt buckle and the belt and the rivets here, these things. And you can bake multiple objects at once. I just didn't do that the last video because I wanted to show the process several times, but if you wanted to, you can select the entire thing and hit bake, and it'll just go through one by one each object and bake them out. So I clicked bake here, and it will just go through these 3 objects and bake them individually. So here is, let's see what it's going to do here, which one. I couldn't really tell which one it did there. But the next one here is, that looks like the belt buckle. So it went ahead and did that. And there's the belt. And there we go. So now we have all of the pieces of the character baked into a normal map here. And we can use this on our lower poly character when we're actually doing the animation and the rendering. Because currently, this character with the multi-res modifier on the hands and the head and everything has over 3 million tries. And I guarantee you that's going to begin to bog down once we get it rigged, weight painted, and try and animate it. There aren't too many computers that are going to be able to handle that and keep it smooth while animating. So let's go ahead and test our normal map on our unsubdivided character. What I can do is just hit the A key and select everything. Actually, let me go back over to the modifiers panel and select something that has that multi-res modifier on it first, and then I'll hit A and then A again to select everything. Now I can click Alt, or I can press the Alt key and click the I, and it will turn off the modifier for any of the selected objects. So anything that had a multi-res on it is going to be disabled. All right, so now that I've done that, it looks like this is still labeled UV test. Let me just call this once again base material. And also what I'd like to do is change the material for the eyes, because we're going to add this texture to this material, and there isn't a normal map on here for the eyes. So I want to give it a new material. Let's go to the materials panel, and instead of this base material, I'll just remove this here, and we'll create a new one, and I'll just call it eyes. And I'll select this one, and let's change the material to eyes here. That just ensures that this normal map will not be applied to the eyes. All right, so let's zoom out a bit. It seems very wide angle. Let me hit the N key and let's go. Yeah, the lens for the camera here is at 35 millimeter, which is a relatively wide angle lens. I'm going to change it to 60. For me, it's more pleasant to work with. I don't know why. All right, so now we need to apply this to this material here. And the way we're going to do that is to use a normal map, since this is a normal map. So here is the normal channel right here. Let's now create a new node, Shift A, and we're going to go to Vector and choose Normal Map. And once we have this, we'll take the normal here to the normal there. And then we'll take the color here to the color there. And also we'll turn off the color data. So we want to choose non-color data here. Now that we have that normal map set up, we could come over here to texture and see kind of a temporary view of it right here. So you can see it's got that high resolution information there on the normal map. Well, let's now take a look at it through the rendered viewport. So if we go to here, we can see, well, not a lot. We don't have a light in here yet. So what let's do is let's add an environment texture to this, an HDR image, to give it some overall soft lighting. Now you can of course go out on the internet and find an HDR image and load that in here and it'll work just fine. However, I'm going to use some HDRIs from the Blender Cloud. The Blender Cloud of course is at cloud.blender.org. Let me go ahead and go there. So here is the Blender Cloud. I'm currently logged in as me, and if you go to libraries, you can see there are HDRIs here. And you can download them. Here they are. You can download them directly here if you want. You do need to be a member of the Blender Cloud, a subscriber, and I would suggest that because that $10 a month goes toward the continued development of Blender, and it's a good thing. But also what's cool is within Blender itself, you can set it up to access these resources directly from within Blender. So what I've done is under File and User Preferences, I've come in here and under Add-ons, you can come in and type in Blender. And you see here you've got a Blender Cloud and a Blender ID. So in subscribing to the Blender Cloud, I created a Blender ID and I have logged into that with my username and password. And then once you've done that, you can then log into the Blender Cloud. And so you can bring up those textures, those HDRIs, from anywhere in Blender with Control-Shift-Alt-A. So let's give it a try. So I'm here in Blender, Control-Shift-Alt-A, and there we go. And here we have both some textures and our HDRI. So I'll click on HDRI and go to Outdoor, and here is all kinds of HDRIs that we could use. Let's go to something kind of nice and bright. How about Glade 01? Let's try that. So it downloaded the texture. Now let's put it in the background. So I'll come over to the node editor and I can switch from object to world right here. And if I click on use nodes, I can now see the nodes of the background of our scene. Now I'll move this over and move this over, and what I want to do is add an environment texture. I'll press Shift A, go to Texture, and add Environment Texture. Now I can connect this up to here, and then since I have no texture in here, it just turns that awful pink. Now I can click Open, come over to my textures, and in here we go. Here's that Glade 01. So I will go ahead and open that, and there it is. So now you can see that high resolution information applied as a normal map to a character that is no longer 3 million tries, but only 31,000, and that's pretty good. Now, if you wanted to move this texture around and spin it around, you can come in here and press Shift A, go to Vector, choose Mapping, and in here you can connect vector to the vector. And also you need to add an input, a texture coordinate, and we'll bring in a generated texture coordinate. So we've added the mapping and the texture coordinate nodes. So now you can come in here, and this Z field, if you click on the Z and rotation, you can click and drag this, and it'll rotate that image around your scene. So you can kind of change where the light comes from. So that's what we'll be doing ultimately, is we will be adding the normal map to display the high resolution sculpt information that we used or we created earlier in the process. And that will allow us to use a character much lower in resolution while we're animating, so that scene doesn't bog down, so it plays smoothly as we're trying to create and then tweak our animation. Now, sometimes normal maps just don't come out the way you'd hoped, and there are problems or artifacts in them that you'd like to fix. And there's a great way to fix them here using Blender's paint tools. So let's set this up a little bit better so we can do that. I think what I want to do is go back to the render panel, and under this film setting, right here, there's a transparent checkbox. If I click that, that will turn off the background image. And I think that's kind of a nice thing for me working with this now. It's a little bit less distracting. In addition, I think I'd like another source of light in here, just something a little bit more direct, but still fairly soft. So I'm going to come back into solid viewport shading for a moment, and I'd like to create a light. So I'll press Shift A, and I'll come down here, and I'll create a lamp area. And I just want to create an area light. Now that I've created that, I'm going to come over here to the light panel here. And under size, I want this to be a little bit bigger. I'd like it to be, let's try 10. I'll just type in 10 here, and there we go. So it's 10 units big. And I'll bring it up, and I'll move it to the front a little bit, and maybe to the side. And then I'm going to rotate it. I'll press R and X and rotate it in the X. And then I'll press R and Z and rotate it a bit in the Z like that. So it's actually pointing at the character. All right. So now that I've done that, I'll go back to my rendered viewport shading. There he is. I don't see a whole lot of a change, so I'll come over here to the strength, and maybe I'll take it up to, say, 500. Let's try that. Yeah, there's a little bit of a change, maybe 800. Yeah, you can kind of see it's getting a little bit brighter here. Let's try 1000 and just see what happens. That may be a bit too much. I'll go back to 800. Let's try that. Okay. So now that we have the light in, we can kind of go around and see if we can find any problems with the normal map. What I'll do first of all is maybe select the head, and I'd like to put a subdivision surface modifier back on the head itself. So I'll come over here and I'll take off the multi-res and add a subdivision surface, just so I get a little bit of smoothing there. I'll do the same thing with the hands here. I'll take that multi-res off and add a subdivision surface and just keep it at 1. Now let's take a look at the hands actually. This is where I find I usually get some sort of a problem, is on the fingernails. And you can see here that the fingernails look as if they're going inside. They're actually curving in, and that's not the look we want. And it's got kind of this jagged area around the nail. And that's just an artifact of the normal map trying to recreate that high resolution detail. And that happens, and that's fine. So one of the things we can do to fix that is actually come into the normal map itself here. Let me move this up some, make this a little bit bigger. And we can actually come in and paint those away. So if I change this from view to paint, and I also press the T key, that brings up the paint tools. Let me hit the T key here, and I'm going to open this up just a little bit like that. There we go. So let's say for that middle finger, here's the thumb, index, middle. Let's zoom into here. And let's try and paint this away here. Let's try and clean this up some. So I'll hit the F key to reduce the size of my brush. I can see here that the strength of my brush is at 0.7. That's okay. And if I click on this color swatch here, I get an eye picker right here. If I click on that, now I can come over here and sample a color. I'll just sample one of these kind of neutral purple bluish colors. I'll click there. Now you can see that picked up that color here. So what I'm going to do is just come in and just click and drag and paint over this. Just kind of ease it back just a little bit. Now you can see the change happening here. That's looking a little bit better. Maybe I'll do it some more. I'll ease it back and maybe I'll paint it out all the way. Let's see. Yeah, that's looking better. I'll just go ahead and paint it out all the way. Let me just take this out, make this kind of a blue blob there. And there we go. So now you can see that fingernail is looking quite a bit better. So you can pick and choose what parts of the normal map you want to keep and what you want to paint out, just get rid of. So let's take a look at that index finger now. Let's come over here and I'll just use that same color and I'll just paint this out. Let's just paint this away. Paint away our problems. There you go. That's what we'd like to do. There. Yeah, so that looks quite a bit better. Let's do that with the ring finger over here. And the good thing is I only have to do this one time for each finger because the UV maps for each of the hands are one right on top of the other. So we can just paint out one and it works for both hands. So I'll just paint these out. There we go. And let's get the pinky. There we go. And let's go get the thumb. Now, you can go through your entire normal map and just find little problem areas that you don't want to keep and just sample a color and paint it out. Let's zoom out and see what else we can find. You know, one of the things that I think I do want to take a look at is the head. We've got just a little bit too much going on in the normal map here. I feel like the brows and the chin area are just a little bit too much. So I can come in here and I'll change the size of my brush and maybe I'll reduce the strength a bit, maybe down to around 0.5. And I'll just begin pulling some of this back, just painting over it to kind of smooth and ease this back. You see how harsh the brows are and those wrinkles there and some of the harshness around the chin and the mouth. I just want to paint that out. Paint that back just a little bit so it's a little bit smoother. I'm just going to paint that back like this. Let's see how that works. Yeah, that's getting a little bit better. Now let me paint this part out here. There we go. So I just wanted more of a smooth, cartoony look to the head than that sharper, harsher texture that was on there. So I just brought it back a little bit by painting over it. Yeah, so that's looking pretty good. So you can go through and find problem areas or areas that you just think are a little too harsh and just paint them out here in Blender. Now, once again, you do need to come down and click Image and Save Image and make sure you have that image saved to disk. Or else, once again, if you close your Blender file without saving it, that information will just go away. Okay, so now that we have our character UV mapped and we've looked at how to bake out our textures, so in the end we'll have a relatively low poly character to animate. Now let's move on in the next section to actually painting the textures, adding color and texture to the character using Blender and the open source paint program Krita. For the texturing process, I'm going to use Krita, the open source paint program. I'll open that up here. And there are a lot of different ways that you can texture a 3D model these days. You can use Photoshop, you can use Substance Painter, Quixel, there's just so many options. But for this particular course, I really wanted to maintain an open source pipeline, just everything free, everything open source, everything freely available. So we're going to go ahead and use Krita for our texturing, the main part of our texturing. In addition, we'll use a bit of the texture painting tools here in Blender as well. So to begin with, what I feel like I need is a unified UV map that I can take into Krita and build some textures on top of that. So to do that, I'll go back to that duplicate character I created a while back. And here it's broken up into individual pieces from when we transferred the UVs. So I'll just select one and then select everything with the A key. And then I'll press Ctrl J, and that should combine everything into one object. Now it's over here. I'll just call this UV character. And once again, I'm saving things in versions, so I have this split up in previous versions of the project. Also, I want to point out that I'm using and have been using the Cycles render engine. And I have this now set to just come up automatically instead of the Blender internal render engine. So all the materials that we create, all the lights that we've created, etc., are all part of the Cycles render engine. All right, so I'll go back to this UV editing screen layout, and I've still got that normal map up. I'm going to go ahead and hit the X here and get rid of that. And then we can come over here and tab into edit mode and select everything, and there is our unified UV map. So to take this out to Krita, I'll just come down here to the UVs menu and come up here to Export UV Layout. And I have everything selected here, so when I hit this now, I can find a place to put it, and I think I'll put it in my Textures folder here. And I will call this Character UV Map. And notice that it's being saved out as a PNG right down here. And I'm going to go ahead and make this 4K again, 4096 by 4096. And I'm doing this to make sure I have enough resolution for whatever I may need. I can always scale it down. I can always save it as 2K or save it as 1K or 512, whatever I want, but I can't scale it up. So I don't want to save anything at 1024 and then realize I need it at 2048. So I'm just going for the highest resolution right up front. All right, so I'll hit export. And now we can go take a look at it. Let's go over to Krita here. And let's go to File and Open. I'll browse to my Textures folder, and there it is, Character UV Map. I'll open it. And there we go. So if we zoom in quite a bit, we can see there is the UV map. And the reason why we wanted a PNG is so we can see through it. We can place this over our textures and see our textures as well as the UV map. All right, so we have this now. I'll go ahead and call this UVs, and I'll turn on the lock here so we don't accidentally mess it up. Okay. So what let's do now is think about what kind of textures we want to bring in here. And I think what I want to do is go back to the textures on the Blender Cloud and begin to use those. So I'll come back over to Blender, and over here I can switch from world to object here. And let's just press Control-Shift-Alt-A again, and let's go take a look at what kind of textures we have. I think I'd like to begin with the leather jacket. So I'll go into Textures, go into Fabrics, and let's see what we can find in here. If I scroll down here, we've got a fabric leather dark, bright 2, and bright 1. Let me begin with this one, with bright 1. So now this has been brought into Blender, and I don't really need it here in Blender, but what it has done is created a file structure in my Blender folder where my Blender scene files are. So let's go take a look at that. So in here in my Blender files, if I open that up, I've got a textures folder in here, and see how it's created an HDRI folder and a textures folder. If I go into here, it's created fabrics, and if I go into here, there's my texture. All right, so now that we've got that, let's come back to Krita, and I'll bring it in. I'll press Control-O, And I'll go to my Blender Files folder, Textures and Textures Fabric, and there it is. So I'll bring this in. And there it is. So I'll press Control A to select everything, and then I'll press Control C to copy the texture. Now I'll go back to this tab and I'll press Control V, and that will paste it here. Now what I can do is come over to this button right here, the Transform a Layer, or Control T. And now I get these handles, and I'll press Shift and click on one of the handles, and I'll bring this down quite a bit. I want to reduce the size quite a bit here. And I'll hit Enter, and there we go. Now I can take this layer and drop it below my UVs, and you can see there are the UVs over it, so we can kind of see both the texture and the UVs at the same time. All right, so now with this in place, I think this is a pretty good size of the texture for the jacket here, and it's really just kind of a trial and error thing, but I think this looks pretty good. What I'll do now is I'll duplicate the layer, and to do that, if you come over here and right click on the layer, you can see that duplicate layer is Control J. So what I'll do is with that layer selected, I'll press Control J, and then I'll come over here to this tool right here, the Move tool, or T, and I'll press Shift and drag down so it keeps in line, and I'll bring it right to here, and then I'll use the arrow keys to kind of bring it up into place. There we go, and I'll do it again. So I'll press Control J, click Shift, bring this down, and line it up right about there. There we go. Now I'll select all of these three here in the layer stack, press Control J, and then click Shift and drag this way, and line these up right here with the arrow keys. And there we go. So now we've got our texture over that UV island. What I can do is combine all these. This is kind of a mess over here currently, so let's select all of those and then press Control E, and that will combine or merge all of those together. Now we also need to cover up this area here, so these are also part of the jacket. These are the sleeves. So what we can do is we can just duplicate this with it selected. Let's press Control J, and now I'll just click and drag and bring this up here like this and kind of lay that over there. So the textures are the same size for every UV island that's a part of that object. All right, so I'll hit Enter, and there we go. Now we could combine these two all together. Let's say Control E, and let's call these jacket. There we go. Now I need to clean this up some. It's kind of a mess. It's kind of bleeding over into other UV islands, and we don't want that. So what we can do is we can actually use the UV's layer here to select the outside of the UV islands and then delete them. So let me turn this layer off for just a minute, and I'll come over here to this button right here, the continuous selection tool, and we'll click here, and you can see how it selects around everything, and looks like in here I need to press Shift and click here. So now it's selected around everything. But it's selected right up on that line there, and I don't want it that close. I want it expanded out just a little bit more. And what that means is I actually need to shrink the selection. The selection is actually in between the UV islands, so I need to shrink it. So I'll come up here to Select, Shrink Selection, and I'll just do it by 3 pixels. And you can see how that pushed the selection out away from the line, and that's what I want there. All right, so now that we have that, let's bring back this layer, select it, and then I'll hit Delete. And there we go. That's deleted everything in between all the UV islands. Now there are all of these other overlapping ones. We can go through and erase these, or we can just put the next textures on top of this layer and cover them up. I think I'm going to go through and just erase them for now. So I'll press Control Shift A to deselect. If you come up here, you can see that deselect here is Control Shift A. And then I'll turn off the UVs, and then I'll just come through here and use the erase tool to erase everything outside of the jacket. Now, the erase tool in Krita is a little bit different than other paint programs. You have to go to the brush. There is no specific erase tool. You have to go to the brush tool and then change it from normal or whatever to erase. And over here you can see I've got selected the basic ink here, and that's a good one for just erasing. So I'll hit the bracket keys to expand or to grow that brush size, and then I'll just click and drag and get rid of some of these extraneous pieces, like here, 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 etc. Okay, so there are the textures for the jacket. Let's go ahead and export this just as a test and see how it looks in Blender. So to do that, I'll come up here and click File and Save As. And we're going to save this not as a PNG, but we're going to save it as a Krita document here, that .kra. And let's also call it, this is going to be a color map, so let's call it character_col. There we go. Now we can export this as a PNG. So I'll click File, Export. Now we can change it to a PNG because that's what we're going to want ultimately. And here we go, save. Okay, now let's go over to Blender. Here in Blender, I'll go ahead and hit the X here to remove that texture out of the UV editor. And now let's go ahead and create a material specifically for the jacket. I'll go back to layer 1 where our character is. Here we go. I'll select that jacket and I'll go ahead and turn the multi-res back on. And let's go to the materials panel here. And I don't want the base material. I want a material specifically for the jacket. So I'll hit the minus here to remove that. I'll click New and we'll call this Jacket. With this over here, let's take away the diffuse BSDF and let's add with Shift A new shader, and let's go with a principled BSDF. Let's do that. I'll select that and connect there. And then let's bring in that texture. I'll press Shift A, Texture, Image, Texture, and let's click Open, and let's go find our color map. There it is. I'll click Open, and now let's go over to the Textured Viewport Shading, and there we go. So there it is. Now we've still got that normal map connected to the base material. We could select that and then just get rid of this here. There we go. So I'll select the jacket again. And also what we can do is go to our viewport shading and go to the rendered viewport shading. And there we have our jacket. Now, is it the right color? Is it the right shininess, etc.? What let's do is I'll bring in a new window here and I'll create a UV image editor, and in this I'll bring in one of those character sheets again just to make sure we're staying on track. So if this is kind of the color scheme we want, maybe this should be a little bit darker. Now we could go back and do this in Krita, but here in Blender it's sometimes a little easier to do right here in the node editor. I can press Shift A and bring in a color RGB curves and drop that right in here. And now if I click here and drag, I can kind of make it a little bit darker or lighter. Well, that's a little bit too much there, huh? Let's go something like this. Let's say we could go about like this, and then we could go into the red curve and try and move this around a little bit. See if we can get a little bit more red in there like this. So we're getting there, something like that. Yeah, let's go with that for now. And then we could also play with the roughness and specular. So let's say I bring the roughness down a bit, and that'll give it a little more shine. That may be a bit too much. Let's try 0.35. Let's try that. And we could also bring the specular down a bit. Try that. Yeah, so we can play with this to get the kind of look that we want. Maybe I'll bring it, let's try 0.4. Let's try that. So that's our process. We're going to be going to Krita, building our texture for a particular UV island, and then bringing back that color map and testing it here in Blender. I can also bring the map into here so we can see it as we're building this up, but that's our process. So in the next video, let's work on the pants. Now let's see if we can find a texture for the pants. I'll press Control-Shift-Alt-A, and let's go take a look at the fabrics again. It looks like this one might be interesting. It's kind of hard to tell from here, but let's give this a try. I'm going to click this, and now let's go over to Krita and see what it looks like. So I'll close the old tab with the other texture in it. No, I don't want to save that. Then I'll press Control-O, and let's see if we can find our textures in here. It looks like it put it in here. Let's take a look. I'll open that. So if we zoom in, yeah, that's kind of a nice texture maybe for pants. Let's give it a try. So I'll press Control-A, Control-C, and then I'll go back to this tab and I'll press Control-V. And there we go. So I'll come over here to the transform, and I'll press Shift and click here, and let's reduce the size quite a bit. Let me turn on the UVs again, and here are our pants up here. So I'll go to the Move tool and just move this right up here. Let's see how small this needs to be. I kind of feel like it needs to be just a tad bit smaller. Let me take it down a little bit and move this into place here, like this. Yeah, let's work with that. Let's see how that works. I will duplicate this with Control-J, and then I'll click here and click Shift and move this to here. And then let's select both of these, Control-J, and then I'll move these over here like this. Okay. So there's the pants there. We need to now move it down to here. So I'll select everything, this and this, Control-J, and move this over here like this. We probably only need it, there we go, about like that. Let's try that. All right, so now we've got all of this for the pants. Let's go ahead and select all of that and press Control-E to merge those into one, and I'll call these pants. There we go. Now we can go through the process and delete the extraneous parts. I can come over here to the marquee tool right here, the rectangular tool, and I'll click and I'll drag and I'll hit delete and delete that area, Control-Shift-A to deselect, and I'll go through and kind of clean up a bit of this with this particular tool like this. Maybe I can clean this up here. There we go. Now let's go through the process of using the UV map to delete the extraneous parts. I'll select the UVs again, come over here to the contiguous selection, and I need to turn off these layers first. Then I'll click here, and that selects everything around the pants. I'll shrink the selection by 3 pixels. Now I'll go to the pants, and I'll hit delete. Now we just need to do a little bit of cleanup. Control-Shift-A to deselect everything. I'll turn off the UVs for now. I'll go to the brush tool with B, and I've got the erase blending mode on, so I'll go with that. And then I'll come through and just begin taking away some of these extraneous pieces here. There we go. And all I'm doing to move and zoom around is using the middle mouse button. So you can just move by clicking and dragging and scroll the mouse wheel to zoom in. All right, so I'll bring back the jacket and let's take this out and give it a test. So I'll come up here to File and Export, and I'll just select this character color map that we created before, and I'll save over it. There we go. And let's go to Blender. Here in Blender, I'll select the pants. I'll go ahead and turn on the multi-res so we can see it with the sculpt detail. Let's create a new material for it. Over here at the materials panel, take away the base material, create a new material, call it pants, and let's get rid of the diffuse BSDF and bring in a principled. And then we will press Shift A and bring in an image texture. We'll open and we'll take a look for our color map here. Let's give this a try. We don't see it here because we haven't connected the color up. There we go. And there we are. So now let's take a look at it. You can see some of this green happening around the edges, and that's from the HDRI. We may not want that. If we zoom in, we can see a bit of the texture. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. That green is throwing me off. I'd like to choose another HDRI for this. Let's go to the world. Which one are we using here? We're using Glade. Let me hit the X to delete that or remove it, and then I'll come back into the HDRIs, outdoor. Let's try this one here. Open. Yeah, that's a little bit better, I think. It's a little bit brighter, and it doesn't have as much green in it. So we can take the strength down if we wanted. We can take it down to maybe 0.7. Let's do that. Yeah, we can reduce it there, and we can also spin it around. So let's take the Z down some, the angle down some, and see if we can spin that light around a bit. Now it's coming pretty much straight on from the front. I don't know if I want that. Now it's going back to the back. So I'll just try and find a place here that I like in terms of the direction of the light. Yeah, I kind of like this here. All right. Now if we select the pants, they're a little bit plastic looking. I don't like that. Let me go back to the object view in the node editor. And so if we come back in here, let me reduce the specular, maybe increase the roughness a bit, maybe 0.6. Let's try that. And I think I'd also like them to be a little bluer. I've got some blue hints in here. So what I'll do is I'll put a curves node again in here with Shift A, color, RGB curves, and I'll drop that in here. Now what I can do is maybe come back to the blue and bring this over just a bit so we get a little bit more blue in there. And yeah, and maybe a little bit darker. So if I go to the combined curve, I can maybe bring this down a bit, make it just a little bit darker. There we go, something like that. All right, I think we're getting there. Maybe I'll just take the specular down to 0.1. Let's try that. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Now let's work on the boots. Let's go take a look at what kind of texture we might be able to find for the boots. I'll press Control Shift Alt A. And where was that leather? There was a dark leather here. Let me try this one. I'll click there, downloading that. Now let's go back over to Krita. There it is. Let's go back over to Krita and see what we can do with that. So now the boots, if I turn on the UVs again, the boots are going to be here and here and down here, I believe. Let's go back to Blender to make sure. If I select the boots, let me go to the solid view. I'll select the boots. Let's get rid of this particular texture for now. I'll tab into edit mode, and there we go. So yes, so it's this, these, and these over here. All right, so back to Krita. I'm going to lock these for now, the pants and the jacket. And then we could probably turn these off. Now let's go get that new leather texture. I'll press Control O. And it looks like there it is right here. I'll click Open. All right, Control A, Control C. Back to this tab, Control V. And once again, let's shrink it down. I'll click here. And let's shrink it down. And I'll put it right over this piece right there. There we go. Yeah, so I think the size of the texture there is pretty good. So now it also needs to be over this here. So I'll press Control J, go to the Move tool and move that up here. It also needs to be over here. Control J, bring that over here. And then one more, where was that? Down here, right? So Control J, and let's bring that right down here. Now we can take all of these, Control E to merge them together, call them boots, and let's clean them up. So once again, we'll select the UVs, select contiguous selection tool. Oh, I better turn these off because you see how it selects around these. We don't want that. Let me turn that off. Press Control Shift A to deselect, and then I'll try it again. And now it only selects around all of the UVs. Let's shrink our selection by 3. And then I'll turn the boots back on, select the layer, and hit Delete. There we go. So now we've got a little more cleanup to do. Control Shift A to deselect that. And now we can come in here with our brush and our erase blending mode and just begin erasing these back. Now this in here, we could go ahead and select this. Let me go back to the UVs and just select this area right in here, and then I'll shrink the selection again, maybe by 3 pixels, and then we can turn on the boots and hit delete. However, look what I've done. I've increased the size of this so it's expanded into the UVs, and I don't want to do that. Let me go back and try and grow the selection by 6 and see what happens here. Nope. Let me shrink the selection by 3. There we go. And I'll select the boots layer and hit delete, and that cleans that up. All right, so if we turn everything else back on, I'll go to File and Export, and we'll save over that color map again. And in Blender, we can create a new material for the boots. Let's bring in our principled BSDF shader again. And then let's bring in our image as well. Here, connect up the color, see how it looks. Not too bad, although I'd like it to be a little darker. So let's reduce the roughness. That will do it a bit. And then let's also add curves in here. And then we can maybe grab this and move this over just a bit the other way. Let me try this. There we go. Yeah, that makes them a little bit darker. We could reduce the specular. And also we could come over here and turn on the multi-res modifier just to see how it's going to look with that. And there we go. Yeah, that's looking sufficiently shiny yet worn. I think that works pretty well. All right, so in the next video we'll keep moving forward. The next thing I'd like to work on is this shirt here. Let's take a look at this. And in fact, instead of getting to the textures through Blender, I'm going to actually go to the website, to cloud.blender.org, to find a texture for this. But first, let's give it its own material. I'll come back over here to the materials panel and get rid of that base material. I'll click New, call it Shirt. And once again, let's get rid of the diffuse BSDF and bring in a principled, since I think we have a little more control over the material with this. Here we go. Okay, so now let's go over to Krita. But before we do, actually, let's tab into edit mode, and then I'll select everything. And here are the islands that we need to work with, these 3. Okay, so here in Krita, these are the UV islands right up here and here that we need to work with. Let's go ahead and go to the website, cloud.blender.org, and I'll go up to textures, and we want to look at the fabrics. And it just appears that I can see the textures a little better here for some reason. Let's take a look at this. What is this? No. This one here looks fairly good to me. This Fabric Solid 27. I'm going to go ahead and click on this, and let's download it here. And I'll go ahead and put it in my textures folder. And there we go. All right, let's go back to Krita, and let's bring it in here. I'll press Control O, and let's go into that textures folder. Here it is. I'll open it up. And there it is. Yeah, that's a fairly nice shirt kind of a texture. Let's go ahead and press Control A and Control C, and then go back to our UV map, and let's press Control V. And there it is. So let's shrink it down some. I'll click here and shrink that down quite a bit, and then bring it up, and let's begin putting it over our UV islands here. If I zoom in a bit, it feels like I could even shrink that down a little bit more. That the texture here is still a little bit big for how big the UV islands are, so I'll shrink it down a little bit more. And let's try that. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And then what I'll do is I'll press Control J, and we can then cover this UV island here. So Control J, and then click and drag here, and I'll begin placing it over this as well. Control J. I'll use the Shift key as I click and drag to bring it in line with this. And then the arrow keys. And maybe I'll actually bring this up just a bit with the arrow keys. There we go. And then one more over here, right? Let's do one more. Let me select, say, this one, Control J, and drag this over here. Okay, so now what I can do is combine all these. I'll select them all, press Control E, and we'll call it shirt. And now I'll come down here to the rectangular select tool, and I'll just click and drag and kind of begin cleaning this up just a bit like this. Control Shift A to deselect, delete, Control Shift A. So just trying to clean it up a bit before we actually select around the UV islands. All right, now what let's do is go ahead and select that UV's layer, come over here to the contiguous select tool. I better turn off all of these layers first, and then I'll click, and that'll select around all of these UV islands. I'll go up to select, shrink selection 3, then I'll turn the shirt layer back on, select it, and hit delete. Now let's press Control Shift A. I'll turn off the UVs, and let's see what we have to clean up here. Well, not too bad. If I go to the brush tool and change it to the erase blending mode, I can come in here and begin cleaning this up. All right, so there we go. Let me turn on the UVs and just make sure that's what we want. Yep, I think we have it pretty well there. I'll turn on all the others. Let's turn off the UVs. And now we can go ahead and export this out and see how we're doing. I'll go to File, Export, and let's change it to a PNG. Here's our color map. I'll save over that. And let's go back to Blender now. Here in Blender, let's go ahead and bring in the image texture here, connect it up, open it, go find our texture. Here it is. And there is our shirt. Now, as we look at this, we can see there's some polygons poking through, so we could probably go ahead and select the head and maybe grab a couple points here and just kind of pull them in just a bit so we don't have that overlap. There we go, that's a little bit better. Yeah, that looks pretty good actually. The color's pretty good. All right, what else should we do? Let's take a look at the belt here, or the holster I should say. Let's go ahead and turn on the multi-res. So let's go back to cloud.blender.org and let's find some sort of leather material again. Here's bright 1. Here's bright 2. Let's take a look at this one here. Let's try this. I will download this into our textures. And let's go over to Krita and bring it in. So for the belt, or excuse me, the holster, let's take a look at Blender to see where that is. If we tab into edit mode and select everything, we can see here they are. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 UV islands that we need to cover with this particular material or texture. Okay, that helps. So now let's go back to Krita. So we've got this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, right there, right? Okay, so that's what we want. Let's go ahead and close this texture out. We don't need that. And I'll press Control O and let's bring in this bright 2. I'll select everything with Control A, copy it with Control C, and then go to our UV map and let's paste it in. This one, once again, let's shrink down quite a bit. Something like this. And let's bring it down here. Let's work on this thing right down here. It looks like the textures, I kind of want it to be a little bit smaller, something like this. Yeah, let's work with that. Let's see how that works. All right, that looks pretty good. Let's now take this and duplicate it up for these up here. So with this selected, I'll press Control J and then I'll come over here to the Move tool and let's move it up. Then I'll press Control J, click Shift and move this up to here. Actually, I'll go ahead and move it a little bit out like this to cover this. And then we need one more. Where was that? Right there. What was that? Oh, that's the inside of the holster. I don't know that we're ever going to see that, but let's go ahead and cover it up anyway. So now that we have all of those, once again, let's select them all. Press Control E. We'll call this holster. And we'll begin cleaning it up. So let's come over here to the rectangular tool and try and clean some of this up here. Control Shift A to deselect. Clean this up. I could even clean this up a bit here, like that. Okay, so we've cleaned that up a bit. Now once again, let's go back to our UV island trick here, and we will use our contiguous select tool. Click in here, I'll click this as well, and now we've got that all selected. Let's shrink our selection by 3 pixels. All right, let's now select the holster and hit delete. Okay, now let's turn off the UVs and let's go through and clean it up. All right, with those cleaned up, let's bring back everything else here. Oh, I'll go ahead and lock the layers too. Now let's, well, we need to save it with Control S, and then let's go to File and Export. And let's save over that color map. And let's go back to Blender and bring it in. So let's go over to the materials now and get rid of this and create a new holster material. And then once again, let's give it a principled BSDF, bring in an image texture, hook it up, open the file. Here it is. And there we go. So now we have the texture on the holster. I think I'd like it a little bit darker. So what let's do is let's go ahead and add an RGB curve on here under color, RGB curve. And I'll just click and drag. And we're going to need to go into the rendered viewport shading. So let me do that. So I'll drag this down. There we go, something like that. I kind of like that. It's not quite the same as the drawing, but that's okay. Yeah, so let's go with this for now. Okay, we're coming along. In the next video, well, let's work on the head and the hands. Now for the head and the hands, I think I want to do something a little different. What I'd like to do is sample the color off of my drawing. Let's say that this color is something I really want, and I'm going to sample this in Krita and then apply it to the UV islands in Krita as well. So let's go take a look at how we would do that. Here in Krita, first of all, I'm going to close this tab. I don't need that. And I'm going to bring in that character sheet or that character drawing. I'll press Control O, and let's go into the character sheets folder, and I'm going to bring in this front view here. So there we go. So what I want is I just want to sample this color and bring it in and place it exactly on the UV islands for the head and the hands. So how can we do that? Well, let's first of all go to the brush normal blending mode. And over here we can go to the eyedropper right here and click on somewhere on the face, and that will sample that color here. Okay, so now that we have this in our paintbrush, let's come back over to our UV islands. And what let's do is first of all create a new paint layer. I'll just create it right on top of the holster layer here. I'll just come down here and click the plus, and that will create a new paint layer. I'll call it head. And now what let's do is select the UV's layer, come back over here to this contiguous selection tool, so I'll click there. I'll click outside the UV island so it selects everything around this head UV island. I'll go ahead and shrink the selection. I'll give it 3 pixels, and that'll expand that out. Then what I want to do is inverse the selection. So currently, in between all of the islands is what is currently selected. And if I grab the paintbrush and began painting, it would paint in between the islands. So what let's do is let's go to Select and Invert Selection. And now if I go to my paintbrush and come over here to the head paint layer, now if I zoom in here and I'll bring up the size of the brush with the bracket keys on the keyboard, and I'll select brush over here. I'll just use this ink brush again, and then if I click and drag, it will paint inside the UV island. Now I have my opacity at 100 and my flow at 100, but if I click and drag outside of that, it won't paint out here, see? So it'll only paint inside the UV islands, and that's what I want. Now, granted, if I go over, it will paint in the other UV islands as well, so I don't want that, so I need to be careful with that. But I can come through and paint just inside this particular UV island, and this is what I want. I just want a very basic skin tone for this. I don't want a whole lot of detail. We can add other detail on top of this, and we certainly might do that, but I'm just wanting to get just this island painted. There we go. Let's take a look up here at the hands. We could go ahead and work on the hands as well, but first let's create a new paint layer. I'll click this again, and let's call this hands. And now with that same color, I'll just come in, let me reduce the size of the brush some, I'll just come in and paint the hands here. Now it looks like the selection went ahead and combined with the other UV islands near it. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and turn off the selection with Control-Shift-A, and then I'll just come in here and very carefully click there and right here as well. Okay, so now we have the hands taken care of and the face. Okay, so let's now turn off the UVs, and I'll save with Control-S, and then let's go ahead and go to File and Export, and I'll export the PNG over that current color map. There we go. And let's go back to Blender. Here in Blender, I'll select the head. Let's remove the base material here, create a new one, call it head. Let's get rid of this, principled BSDF again, connect it up, and bring in that image. There we go. And let's open it up and bring it in. Here it is. Okay, there's that. Oh, look what we didn't do. We did not paint the UV islands for the ears. So let's go back and do that. So the UV islands for the ears, where are they? I think they're right here. This is them right here. So with this paint still on the brush, I can go ahead and just come in here and click and drag. I could go through the process of selecting things again, but these are so small, I can do this pretty quick here. Here we go. Oh, I did those on the hands layer. I think that'll be okay. I'm not going to worry about that. That's okay. As long as it's in the proper material in Blender, it should work just fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and export this. Once again. And now let's go over to Blender. So here we are. I'll go ahead and get rid of this and then just open it up again. That same file, and there we go. So now we've got our color on the head there. Now let's do the same for the hands. I'll select the hand here. Let's give it a new material. We'll call it hands. Let's go through the same process, setting up our principled shader and bringing in our image here. And then we will grab that same color map. And there are the hands. Okay, so now what let's do is let's go ahead and turn on the rendered viewport shading here. All right, he's looking pretty good. What I think I'd like to do is turn on subsurface scattering. So if we look at the principled BSDF here, we have a subsurface field. What let's do is turn that up a bit. Let's go to the back of the head to take a look at this. So if we spin around, we can look through the ears here, or at the back of the ears, and we're seeing a little bit of the light coming just on the edge of the ears. If we turn up the subsurface value to maybe 0.2, you can begin to see the light coming through the ears a bit, and this just gives that sense that they're fairly thin and they have kind of blood inside, and you can kind of see through it. We can turn it up a bit. Let's try 0.3. So yeah, that's kind of nice. Let's go with 0.3 for now. And we could do the same thing for the hands. And that just gives it a little bit of interest, a tiny bit of realism. Let's select the hands and let's do the same thing. I'll type in 0.3. All right, so there we have the basic skin texture and material for the head and the hands. So in the next video, let's work on the belt and the buckle. Well, remember the problems that we had UV mapping the belt? Well, these kind of issues always creep up again and again through your project. So if I tab into edit mode and hit the A key, you can see that this is spread out all over the map, and trying to texture paint this in Krita would be kind of a hassle. So what can we do? Well, one thing we can do is use the bake feature here in Blender to bake a color map in the same way that we baked a normal map. Then that color data can be taken into Krita and applied to the overall color map that we're building there. So let's see how we might do that. First of all, I'm going to take away the base material here, and let's create a new material. Let's call it belt. And once again, let's get rid of this diffuse and bring in a principled BSDF. So now we could sample the color off of our image here. Let's do that. Let's just sample the color right off of here and apply it to our belt. Let me go to the rendered viewport shading again. And there it is. And now let's just go to the base color over here in the principled BSDF. Click on the eyedropper. And then let's come over here to the belt and click there. Now we've got that color on our belt. I'm going to come out of the rendered viewport and go to the material shading. Just, I think, hopefully it won't slow down the computer quite as much. Now that we're here, let's go ahead and add a new material slot to this shader. And we'll call this belt buckle. And once again, let's get rid of this and bring in a principled. And now we could select just these faces right in here. Let's just press the L key to select this, this, and this. And then let's hit assign to assign this material to those faces. There we go. Now we could maybe just drag this down just a bit to make it a little more silver, like that. And we could maybe reduce the roughness a bit and specular. Maybe I'll bring up the metallic some here like this. Now let's go back to that rendered viewport and take a look at it. All right, so now we have that color, that material color, on our belt. But now let's say we want it on our texture map. What if we're taking this character and the textures out to another program or to a game engine? What if we need this color on our texture map and not just a material here in Blender? Well, what we can do, as I said, is bake the color information onto the texture map. So first of all, what let's do is switch back over here to the material. I'm going to create a new texture map here because I don't want to mess this one up in the process. So I'll come down here and I'll hit the X to remove this out of the view, and let's go ahead and create a new texture. We'll call this belt and buckle, and let's make it 4096, which is the same size as our other texture here. And now let's click OK and create this. All right, so now we have this that we're going to bake this color information onto. I'll go ahead and add a texture node up here like this, and let's add that to it. In addition, I'll come over here to the belt buckle material, and I'll go ahead and add one here as well. There we go. And now over here in the render panel, we can go to the bake section, and instead of a normal map this time, we want a diffuse map. And that will include all of our color information. Now we can include the direct and indirect on here. I'm going to turn those off because we don't need those. All I want is the color information. I also want to leave clear on this time, as opposed to the last time when we baked a normal map. This time I wanted it to clear away the black here, just so we have a transparency outside of the UVs for the belt. Also, this margin here outside of the UVs is a little big. It's 16 pixels. If you recall, we've been expanding our UVs about 3 pixels in Krita. So let's just type in 1 here for now, and let's see how that works. Just so it doesn't overlap the other UV islands in our existing UV map. All right, so with the belt selected and all of these things in place, let's go ahead and click bake and see what happens. All right, our bake is complete. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, here is all of the UVs, or all of the texture islands for the UVs. All right, it looks like it did pretty well. Let's give it a try. And I'll just drag it over and put it in the color socket. And let's also go over to the belt here and then drag that in there. Now let's go back to the rendered viewport and take a look at it. All right, so there we go. Now we have that texture here being applied to the object. All right, so now what we can do is we can take this into Krita and apply it to our overall texture. So let's do that. I'll come down here and under Image, let's go to Save as Image, and I'll put this in my Textures folder, and I'll save it here. Here in Krita, let's go ahead and press Control O and bring in that belt and buckle. I'll open that. Now let's press Control A and Control C to select everything and copy. And then let's press Control V over here, and there it is. So it's been placed here on our UV map or over the UV map here and put in place. And it looks like, since we gave it just one pixel, it looks like it hasn't overlapped too much onto the other UV islands, so that's good. Yeah, so there we go. So now we have that color information here in our main texture map. And as I said, this can be taken out of Blender to anywhere if we wanted to take it to another program or a game engine. The textures are here, and we can take this image along with our 3D model into another program. So ultimately we'll be saving this out, and now the belt information will be part of our texture map. All right, in the next video, let's take a look at how we can add a little bit of grunge or dirt to our textures and our materials. Before we add some grunge to this, I thought I'd mention this here. I've added a material, a metallic material to the buckle and the rivets. And on the rivets, it's looking pretty good in that we have a nice highlight here, and it looks kind of like a metal surface. But over here, there isn't anything interesting here. It's just kind of a flat surface. And even though we have an HDRI here in the background, we're not getting any real reflections or highlights. And I think that's because the edges are so sharp. There isn't anything to reflect a highlight on. So what I'd like to do is actually add a bevel to this. I know we're here in the texturing phase, but sometimes your texturing will tell you what you need in the modeling too. So what I'm going to do is switch back to my solid view and just select the belt. And all I want to do is just select this edge here all the way around here. And I'll press Control B and drag the mouse out just a bit. And then I'll press the T key and come over here and increase the number of segments. Maybe like that. Let's see how that works. Now let's go back to the rendered viewport shading. Now I'm not sure that you can see that on this, but now the edges have a bit more interest to them. They're kind of reflecting the highlights, and I think that's the kind of thing I was looking for. Something that gives me the sense that this is a piece of metal, that it's a real world object and isn't just a perfectly edged 3D object. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out, that sometimes the texturing can tell you that you need a little bit more in the modeling. All right, so let's take a look at adding a little bit of dirt to, say, this material here on the holster. I'd like to add a little bit of dirt to this just so it doesn't seem quite so clean and new. So I'll come back to the material viewport and I'll select that. And let's go back to the Blender Cloud and see if we can find some sort of a dirt or grunge kind of texture. So here at cloud.blender.org, we've got a grunge folder here, so I'll open this up. And oh, look at these. These are great. I love grunge maps. These are great. So I think I'm going to go with, there was one I saw, yeah, here. I think I'm going to go with this one. It's huge. It's 3K, but what about this one here? Well, I'll go with this one. Let's try this and see how it works. I'll click this, and then I'll download it into my textures folder here. Now back here in Blender, what we could do is just add it right here with our image texture. So if we wanted to, we could select this image texture node and press Shift D and duplicate it and move it out here. Then what we can do is get rid of this texture and click Open and go to our Textures folder, and there it is. There's that grunge map. We'll open that. And to mix it here, we need to press Shift A and bring in a color mix RGB. So I'll drop this here, and then I'll bring the color into here. There we go. So now you can see it there. If I drag this value here in one direction, you can see that's all we get. And if we drag it in the other direction, then we only get the image texture here. So let's change this to multiply, and let's see what we can get out of this. So I'll bring it up, I don't know, bring it up around here, 0.7 or so, and then let's switch back to the rendered view, and let's see what we get. Yeah, we get some interesting things going on. I think it's a little too much, but I like how it's giving it a little more wear and tear there. Let's take it down, I don't know, to 0.4 or something like that. There we go. That's kind of nice. I like how it's giving it a little bit of differentiation in the color and the texture. Yeah, let's go with that. Now, you may ask, well, what if I want this grunge on my texture map that we've been building in Krita? Well, that's a good question. Let's go take a look at that. Let's say we want to build or add that grunge to our jacket here. We don't want to put it here in the material. We want it to be on the texture map. All right, well, let's go take a look at that. So here in Krita, what we can do is bring in that grunge map. I'll press Control O and let's select it here. And I'll click Open. And then I'll press Control A, Control C, come back over here, and let's press Control V. And there it is. I'll go ahead and expand it so it's about the same size as our texture map. If I take the opacity right here and click and drag, I can bring the opacity down. Let's take it down to like 20%. And let's say we want it to look something kind of like that. But we don't want it on everything else. What let's do is deselect or turn off everything else here. I'll go ahead and turn off that grunge as well. And then with the jacket texture selected, let's go ahead and click over here on the contiguous selection and click here. And shift click here. There we go. So now we have it selected all around those islands. Let's go back up to our grunge map, select it, and hit delete. And there we go. So now, I'll press Control Shift A to deselect. We can turn everything else back on. And then we can export this out and give it a try. So let's do that. I'm going to hit Control S and save the file. Now let's go to File, Export. And I'll go ahead and save over our color map here. Now let's go take a look in Blender. So here in Blender, I'll hit the X here, and then I'll click Open, and let's bring in our new color map right here. And there we go. So you can see we've got some of that grunge now on the jacket. That may be a bit too much, but my point is just to show you that you can add grunge and dirt in two ways here. You can do it in the texture in Krita, or you can also add the image directly here in Blender and use that mix RGB. I think probably what we could do to make this look a little bit better is in Krita we could change this to a multiply blending mode here. Let's try this. So that makes it a little bit darker, maybe a little more integrated into the texture. Just as a test, let's go ahead and give this a try. I'll export this out again, and then let's bring it in over in Blender. I'll go get it here in Blender, and let's see how it looks. Yeah, I like that. I think that looks quite a bit better. All right, so in the next video, what let's do is let's take a look at creating these pieces here, or this part of the texture, the part on the jacket and the part on the shirt. The issue here, I think, is that how do we know in Krita where to paint this? Because there's really no delineation on the UV map as to where these pieces of paint should go here. So what we can do is use Blender's texture painting tools to kind of give us an outline of where we should be painting, and then take those in to Krita to help us paint the textures there. Now I'd like to work on the shoulder parts here of the jacket. And as I mentioned, if I go into Krita, I can't really see where the lines should be here on the jacket UV map, on the UV island. So what I need to do is create some sort of a template. Then I can bring that in here and it'll show me where the lines are so I can add that texture. Now, I could, of course, do the texture painting in here, but the problem with texture painting here in Blender in the Cycles render engine is that we don't have access to layers. And if I make a mistake or there's a problem, I can't go back and adjust a layer because it's all being painted on one layer. So I'm going to go ahead and create a template to then use in Krita. So to do that, I'm going to select the jacket here and I'm going to come over to my texture paint view. And here in my texture paint view, I can still see just a little bit of the lines here. And that's all I need, is just a bit of the lines so that I can draw an outline of where that texture needs to be. Now here's the actual color map. I don't want to paint on this directly. I want to use a temporary image the way we did for the belt. So I'm going to go ahead and close this, and then I will click New, and let's create this. This is going to be a jacket template. So this is just a temporary texture. I'll go ahead and make it the same size. And I want to keep alpha on because I want to be able to see through it. But for this, instead of having a black background, I'd like to begin with a transparent background, kind of like the way we have for the texture over here. So to do that, I can click on this color here. And for the alpha, I can take that all the way down to 0. And now you can see I've got that transparency. So with that now, I can click OK. And there is our texture. I'll go ahead and save it to disk. I'll go to Image and Save as Image. And we'll put it in that Textures folder, and I've got it named Jacket Template. That's fine. So I'll click Save as Image. So now that's been saved to disk. Now we need to change our texture slot to this texture. Over here in the tab for slots, I'll click here and you can see it's currently got this character color PNG, and we don't want that. If I click from Material to Image, and then with the Open button, I come over here to the canvas and choose our jacket template. Now we have this image loaded into our paint slot, and now this is the image that we're going to be painting onto. Alright, so now that we've got a new texture created and it added to our texture slot, we can come in here and go back to Tools, and I've got a dark brown here for the color. I can click here and change it to whatever I like. Maybe I'll change it to something a little brighter so I'll be able to see it in Krita easily. Maybe a green. Let's do that. Kind of an ugly green there. Okay, so now I can come in here and just draw, and I'm drawing with the mouse. I'm just going to draw along all of the seams where that color needs to be. So I can come down here. And this line is a little bit jagged. Let me undo this with Control Z, and I'll come over here to my stroke, and I'll change my stroke to smooth stroke, and that will kind of give it a tail. Let me show you what I mean. If I click and drag, you see that tail it's pulling out. Now as I drag it, it's a little bit smoother. There we go, something like that. Okay, now let's come around and draw along here. And all I'm doing is just tracing along the seams so that when I bring this into Krita, I can see where the texture is supposed to be. And you can see it happening right in here. So this is the image that we'll bring into Krita. And as I said, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to kind of show us the exterior bounds of where we need to put the texture. Okay, there we go. So now we have the outline of where that texture is supposed to go. We can take this now into Krita and lay it over our UV island so we can add our texture. So what let's do now is just come over here and go to Image, Save Image, and then we can go over to Krita and come over here and go to File and Open. Bring in our jacket template and open that up. Now we can press Control A to select everything, Control C to copy, and I'll go ahead and press Control V to paste. So now what we have is this area here. You can see there's some overlap here on the arms. I may not deal with that. I may just leave that as is. We'll see. But for this is pretty good. This is what we want. So I'll call this template real quick so I know what it is. I'll lock the grunge layer. And I may even come in here and do a little bit of cleanup here. Say right along in here, just kind of erase that. Now I can begin to add a texture in here. I'll come back to my normal brush, or maybe even the multiply. Let's try that. And I know I want kind of a bluish color here to overlay onto that. And I'll reduce the opacity. Well, first I should go ahead and create a whole new layer for this. So I'll just click there and add a new layer. We'll call this shoulder detail. And let's come over and select a brush here. Maybe something like this. Dry bristles, something like that. Let's try that. All right, and now I'll come over here and just begin painting this area just a bit like this. And that may be too much. Let me undo that, and let's take the opacity and flow down quite a bit. Here we go. There we go, something like that. That's what I'm kind of hoping for. And in fact, I think I'll switch from the mouse to my pen and tablet. All right, so I've got the pen and tablet here. I feel like I have a little more control. Maybe I'll undo a ways and begin again here. Let's bring that flow down again. And also, maybe I'll switch to multiply. Actually, I'll do it over here on the layer. Let me switch to multiply here, and let's see how that works. Pretty good. I think I'd like it to be a little bit lighter then if I'm going to use this. Let's try this. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Increase the brush size and just come in here. Very lightly just kind of brush in here. Kind of fill this area up. All right, so there we go. We've got that taken care of now. I'll maybe bring the opacity down quite a bit so we can kind of, there we go. I think something like that is what I want. Then I can come back through here and switch my brush back to that ink and go to erase, and I can begin coming through here and erasing back some of this. And while you're painting, you can turn the canvas if you want by pressing the middle mouse button and the shift key, and you can turn the canvas so it's easier to paint or erase. And then when you want to take the canvas back to the way it was to reset the rotation, you just hit the 5 key and that will spin it back. All right, so I've gone in and quickly erased around the template lines there. I feel like I maybe want to reduce the opacity just a little bit more, but I can play with this as we test it in Blender. So let's go ahead and turn off the template here, and then let's go ahead and export this out. All right, now here in Blender, I'll go ahead and come out of texture paint mode. I'll go back to object mode. And now if we go to the texture viewport shading, let's bring in that new color map. So I'll just hit the X here, open, And here it is. Yeah, so there we go. Let's see how that worked. I'll turn on the rendered viewport shading and let's take a look. Yeah, I think that's getting there. It's not quite what I want just yet. I think I do need to go ahead and paint those areas by the shoulder seams here. And also I think I'd like to pull the opacity back even more, just so we can see through that darker part to the texture of the leather underneath. Now for the shirt flaps, I'd like to try something a little different. I've switched over to the material viewport shading here, just so we can see it a little better. But for this, I think what I want to do is, first of all, see if I can duplicate this material into this material slot. To do that, I think all I need to do is just come over here to this part of the material panel, and instead of creating a new material slot over here with the plus button here, I can create a new duplicate material with this plus here. So I'll click this, and now let's call this shirt panels. And what we can do now is add these in this slot. So let me add a new material slot here. I'll take it up to the top of the stack, and then I'll bring in that shirt material right here. So now we have the shirt material and the shirt panel as part of this object. If we tab into edit mode, we can select this portion of the object with the L key, and then down here under the delimit section we can click seam, and that will limit it to just that portion since we had put a seam there. And then I'll also press the L key and click here. Now we can assign the shirt panels to these faces. So I'll come over here and click assign. Now if we come over here and drag it down, well, now the whole thing is becoming dark. So the problem is when I created or duplicated that material, it put all the faces under that one material. All right, so what we need to do is tab back into edit mode. Take this selection and invert it. Let's press Control I. Now we've got it selected for this area. Let's go to the shirt now and click assign here. Okay, so now we've got everything in its proper place. However, we're seeing a little bit of bleed through here. Let's take a look and see what's happening. If I select the shirt, tab into edit mode, it looks like there's one face right here that should go to the shirt and not the shirt panel. So let's go ahead and click assign there. All right, so now we've got the two different parts of the shirt in the same object, but with two different materials. Let me click that shirt panel, and that feels like it's a little bit too dark. There we go, let's try that. Let's go over to the rendered viewport shading and see how it looks. All right, so there we've got our two different parts of the shirt and also the darker color on the shoulders of the leather jacket. Let's now see if we can come up with a texture for the eyes. So I'm just going to select one of the eyes here. I'll zoom in. And if we tab into edit mode and select it, this is the UV map that we get, if you recall. So let's go back to the Blender Cloud and see if we can find an appropriate texture. Here at the Blender Cloud, we've got the eyes folder open, and we've got a few different eye textures to choose from. I kind of like this one. It's 1210 by 1210, and it really is pretty large in the frame. I don't know if that's going to work for us. This is 2048. This looks like the same one as this one, but maybe it's a little bit smaller in the frame. Let's try this one. It's 1024 by 1024. Okay, so if we select that and I download it, let's do that. I'll go ahead and put it in my textures folder, and then back in Blender, let's export this UV map out at 1024 by 1024. So I'll come down here to UVs, export UV layout. Let's go ahead and go into that textures, and I've got it as a PNG, and it's already at 1024. Good. So let's go ahead and call this eyes UVs and save it out. All right, so now let's go to Krita and see what we can do with it. Here in Krita, let's go to File and Open, and let's open that IUVs. Well, let's go ahead and open both of these files while we're here. So here's the eye. If we come over here to the eye color map, let's go ahead and press Control A and Control C and copy that. And then over here in the UVs file, I'll go ahead and call this UVs. I'll lock it. And let's go ahead and press Control V and paste that in here. I'll drag it down below the UVs so we can see it in here. Now it's going to need to be shrunk down some, isn't it? Well, let's give it a try here. I'll go to the scale tool and I'll press Shift, and let's take this down pretty small here. There we go. So I'll put that there. Now we need to fill in the rest of the map here with this with at least a similar color. Let's go ahead and create a new layer and take it down beneath it. I'll then come over here to the eyedropper and sample this. And then I'll come over to the fill tool, and we better turn off the UVs here and this, and then I'll click in here and that'll fill that. Looks like it could be a little bit darker, couldn't it? So let's sample that again, maybe a little bit darker color in here. And let's try that again. Yeah, something like that. There we go. Now what we can do is just come in here and erase some of this back. So I'll go to the brush tool and the erase brush. Let's change the actual brush itself, maybe back to that ink brush or something with a little bit of a softer edge. Let's try this. And maybe I'll take the opacity and the flow down some. And then we can try and just back this off a bit. Let me go to this layer and just kind of, yeah, take the edges out like this. So it's more of a smooth transition between the two. Now I'm just using the mouse here. I should probably be using the pen and tablet, but let's just get this cleaned up here and see how it looks. Let's now give this a try. So with this, let's just go to File and Export. And this one, let's call this a color map. So I'll call it eyes_COL. And then let's go over to Blender and see how it looks. Here in Blender, I will get rid of the diffuse BSDF, and let's bring in a principled. And I'll connect that up. And then we need to bring in a texture node with Shift A and image texture. Connect that up, and let's go get that eye texture. Here it is. I'll go to texture viewport shading, and there we go. So it looks like we could paint some of this out as well. We don't need all of this in there. And it may be a little bit big. In fact, what we could do, let me just tab into edit mode, and I will come over here and let's open up that eye texture here. We could also play with it just a bit here in the UV island. Let's change this from 2D cursor to median point. And let's hit the S key and see what happens. If I scale this up a bit, it shrinks that pupil down. And maybe I only need it to be about this big. Let's try this. Now this eye over here is a little bit bigger because we've changed the UV map for this. So what we could do is just delete this eye, take this one here, and we could mirror it over to the other side again, like that. Take it up to the top of the modifier stack and click Apply. All right, now let's go back and paint this part out right here in Krita. What I'll do is I'll create a new layer here on top of the original eye layer, and I'll go ahead and sample with the eyedropper just this color here. And then with the paintbrush, I'll just kind of paint this area out like this, and then we'll have to deal with that white area as well. Let me sample some of the white right here, and let's paint some of this in. All right, let's see how that looks. I've just done a little bit of painting around the eye. Really not that great. I should probably take a little more time, but let's give it a test. I'm going to go to File and Export. And here in Blender, I'll hit the X here, and let's open it again. and see how we do. Yeah, so something like that. Let's go to the rendered viewport shading and see how it looks. All right, I think that looks pretty good. We'll go with that for now. So in the next video, let's start working on painting the textures for the hair. To create the textures for the hair, we're going to need to go back into Krita, and I'll go ahead and paint the textures by hand in Krita. Now, there's a lot of hair textures that you can find online for free and for sale. If you want to do that, that's great, but I just wanted to show kind of what's involved in it. And if you're interested in it, then you can kind of branch out from here and expand upon this technique however you like. So let's go over to Krita. And for this, I think I'll create a new Krita document. And I'll create it at 2048 by 2048 here under textures. That's a 2K image. So let's go ahead and click here. And it brings it in at 2048 and it gives it this little gray layer underneath. I don't really need that, so I'll just hide that. Now what we're going to do is just build up hair strands over multiple layers and just try and come up with something that we can tweak in Blender and use on our hair polygon planes in Blender. So let's go up here and let's see what we can find in terms of a brush. Let's try this one here, this bristles flat. That's getting there, but what we could do maybe, yeah, we could work with that, I think. What we could also do is come over here and work on changing the type of alpha that's in here. We've got a hair alpha right here. Let's try this. That's looking pretty good. Let's begin with this and then we'll build up from here. I'll come over to the color wheel and I want more of a brown here, so maybe kind of a darker brown to begin with. And let me increase the size here and let's try this and see how it works. That's not bad, although I don't like the little dots that are happening here up at the top. Let's try this one here, this Bristles 5 flat. Let's give this a try and see what we can come up with here. Yeah, let's begin with this. All right, so what I'm going to try and do is just lay down a base layer of color here for the hair. And I'm going to try and stay away from the edges. I don't want to get too close to them because I want those to kind of have a bit of the alpha channel on the edges here. And also at the tip down here and at the base up here, I want to be able to see through the edges just a bit. So let's kind of try and establish a base color here. I'll give this a name. I'll call this base layer. Let's just call it that. And then I'll begin a new layer here. And then for this, let's switch our brush again. And I think what I'd like to do, well, maybe we can stick with the same brush. Maybe we can use some of these here. Let's try this. This is a hair alpha. Let's try this. And we want it to be a little bit lighter now. I'm going to bring it up like this. And let's see what we can do with this. Yeah, so we can kind of build up some lighter strands in here, a little bit of differentiation between the strands maybe, just a little bit like this. And keep in mind, we can change our opacity and our blending type for each one of these, and that's why I'm doing each one on its own layer, so that we can play with it a bit once we get these in. All right, so I'm going to try and bring these down a little bit farther now so we have a little bit more hair-like tips down here at the bottom. And maybe up here at the top as well. All right, so with that, let's take the opacity and just play with it here, see what we can do. Yeah, if we bring the opacity down just a little bit, it looks pretty good. I might want to come back into this layer and add a few more strands in here. Maybe I'll make this a little bit darker and I'll come in here and underneath these, maybe I can bring a few in from underneath these here, like this. Now let's add a new layer on top of this, and let's go a little bit lighter, and let's kind of make a highlight. So if we come in, I don't know, maybe something like this, and then I'm going to reduce the size of this brush just a bit, and maybe right in here. Now it needs to be, I think, a little bit brighter, a little bit lighter, maybe a little more gold. Let's try this. And once again, we can always play with the opacity here. So I'm going to come in here and try and build up, just a little bit of a highlight here. Maybe I will bring that brush back up. Or maybe even switch to another alpha mask here. Let's try this one. Sparkle. Let's see what this does. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay, so once again, let me try and make this a little bit brighter here. So what I'm looking for is kind of a highlight here. Like this. Yeah, something like this. Just to bring out kind of as if there's a highlight on this strand of hair, on this piece of hair here. Like this, and then I'll bring it back some. Let's take the opacity back like that, and we could also come in here and go to the erase tool and just kind of begin erasing some of the top and bottom edges on this, just to kind of blend it in just a little bit like this. And then I think I'd like to add one more layer on this and try and get some very fine hairs. Let's see if we can find something maybe like this. What is this? Splat dots. Let's try this. Let's take our color down a little bit darker this time. Maybe something like this. Let's try this. And I'll switch from erase to normal again. Let's try this. Let's try and add some. Yeah, that's just very thin, just adding a little bit to it. And I'll bring it out here down to the bottom too with these thin strands. Let me try another. I'll go back to that top one. Where was that? It was here? Yeah, I'll go back to this hair. Let's reduce this a bit. See what we can get in here. All right, so let's back that off a bit once again with the opacity, see what that does to it. Well, it kind of works pretty well with it fairly dark. I'll go ahead and leave that up. And lastly, I'll add one more layer and I'll bring in a very light color here. Let's try this. And I'll bring in some very light strands down here at the bottom as well. And I'll bring that opacity down quite a bit. There we go. And I'll also go back to that base layer and let's add a bit more into that base layer down here, just to add some color down in here as well. Okay. All right, so let's give this a try. Of course, there's more we can do. We can always come back and smooth it up some and change the colors and make it brighter or darker or however we want to do this. But let's go ahead and take it into Blender and see how it looks. We'll do that coming up next. All right, to bring the hair texture into Blender, let's go over to layer 2, I believe, yeah, where we have our hair polygon planes. And if we tab into one of them, you can see here is the UV map. So let's go ahead and add a material to this particular polygon right here, or this particular object. And I'll come over here to the materials panel, click new, and let's just call this hair. And let's also then, I'll hit the Z key and I'll hit the B key for border select, and I'm going to select everything, and then I'm going to deselect this one here with shift click, and then I'll shift click it again to have that be the last object selected, and then I'll press Control L and link the materials of those objects, and there we go. So now all of the hair planes have that hair material. Now let's come over here and remove the diffuse node. I'll press Shift A and create a principled BSDF here. And in addition, we're going to need that image in here, aren't we? So let's press Shift A and bring in an image texture. I'll click Open, and let's go find that hair texture. Here it is. I'll click open, and there we go. So I'll connect it up right here. And let's also bring it in down here in the UV editor. I'll click this menu and select it here. So there we go. There's our hair texture. Now let's take a look at it. Let's just go over here to the rendered viewport shading and see what happens. Well, there it is, but the problem is we can see all of the black around the hair. So that's not going to work. We need this to be transparent all around the hair here. And we saved it out as a PNG, so that alpha information is there for us to use right over in here. We just need to be able to connect this alpha socket to something that will help us here. All right, so let me go back to solid mode. Actually, I'll go to textured so we can see it. Here we go. So what we need to do is set up our node tree so that we have this alpha channel coming through so we don't see the black parts of the polygon planes. To do that, let's bring in a transparent node. Shift A, shader, and let's bring in this transparent BSDF. And let's drop that here. So now we have two BSDFs going into our material output. We need to mix them together. Actually, let me bring this up on top because I'm going to want this up on top here. Let me do this. There we go. So what I'll do is I'll bring in a mix shader right here. So that'll combine two shaders together. And now if I take this transparent and connect it right up to here, let's see what happens. I'll go to the rendered viewport shading. Hopefully the computer will go fast enough so that you can see this. So as you can see, we're still not seeing through that black part. If we swap the sockets here, I just move that one to the top and that to the bottom, still doesn't help us any. But what we can do is take this alpha information right here and connect it to the factor socket on the mix shader, and that should give us the alpha information that we want. So I'll click here, drag it right over to here, and there we go. All right, so there's our hair. Let's go back to solid view, and I want to set up the lights again, or just add an extra light so we can see this a little better. So I'll come back down and let's switch over to solid mode. And I'll go ahead and bring back the character here. And let's grab this light right here. And let's just copy it. I'll just press Shift D and I'll move it over here. And let's just put it behind the character. And I'll go to the top view and just spin it around so it points right at the back of the head there. Now we should be able to see this a little bit better. Let's go ahead and go back to the rendered viewport shading. Well, it's not looking too bad just right out of the gate, but there's more work that can be done. At this point in time, what I would do is take individual polygons and duplicate them and move them around to try and get a better structure for the overall hairdo. I think I'll drag down another window right up here. Let's just pull this down like this. And then what we can do is just duplicate and move around the polygons that are already here. So this area right in here over the ear, maybe if I selected this and press Shift D and just moved it down some, let's see what happened there. Yeah, see, so that begins to kind of fill that in a bit. And that's really what the process is from here on out, is going through, finding areas that you don't think look quite right, and maybe duplicating or moving or grabbing points and moving them around. So maybe for this polygon plane right up here, I could grab this point and maybe just move it around, just kind of pull it out like this, and maybe you can kind of see what it does there. So it's just a matter of reorganizing, adding to, shaping the polygons until the hair is really the way you want it. So I'll go ahead and do that a little bit before the next video. But I think what we should do is work on kind of finishing up all of our textures. I'd like to maybe paint the fingernails, add textures and materials to the inside of the mouth and the teeth, and also paint some eyebrows. So we've got a little bit more work to do before we begin the rigging process. Let's now work on some eyebrows and eyelashes for the character. To do that, I'm really going to use the same process as I did for the hair. We'll just build out some polygon planes and we'll UV map them and then paint them in Krita. So let's go ahead and zoom in here and select an edge and then snap the cursor to it. We can go ahead and create a polygon plane with Shift A and a plane here. Now we just need to scale it down and do a little bit of extruding and modeling to build out the eyelashes here. Let's begin with this. So I'm just going to take this down pretty small here. Oh, something like this. And then I'll go to the front view and let's move it, kind of put it in place, turn it, and maybe right about here. Then what I'll do is tab into edit mode and just grab this edge here. And then let's go back to the front view and I'll just hit E to extrude this out kind of like this, just along the upper eyelid here, something like that. All right, so now let's grab the points and let's kind of pull them back, get them in place along the eyelid here, like this. And then I'll go ahead and pull these points back as well. Maybe the corner of the eye has the smaller eyelashes, and then as they come out, they get a little bigger out here, perhaps. Let's try that. And maybe I'll swing this one out here like this. There we go. And looks like I can bring this back a little farther. Maybe move this up a bit. And then what we could also do is go ahead and add an edge loop right down the center here. And then that would allow us to grab this edge and just kind of pull it up so it curves up just a bit. There we go. All right, so now let's do the same or similar thing for the eyelashes on the bottom of the eye. So once again, I'll create a polygon plane, scale it down, put it in place. All right, now I'll go ahead and grab this edge here, and I'll just begin extruding out along here. There we go. Now we could take these edges and begin bringing them back toward the eyelid in here. And let's do the same thing again. Let's add an edge loop right down the center, select the outer edge, and maybe we can kind of bend that down a bit so it looks kind of like it curves a bit. There we go. Let's also create some eyebrows, or at least an eyebrow along this side up here. So once again, let's create a polygon plane, scale it in, and let's put this one up in place. All right, so if we have, say, the eyebrow beginning around here, maybe we could move this up like this and then just continue to hit extrude and bring these up and around. Maybe I'll scale down a bit as I go, kind of like this. Let's see how that's going to work. Okay, maybe we can now begin bringing these back, see where they land on the head here. All right, it looks like I could flip the normals on this. Let me just select everything here and press Control N. Yeah, it looks like it was turned backwards. So, okay, so now what we could do is, once again, we could go ahead and add that center edge here, and then that would give us the opportunity to grab this top edge and kind of pull it back just a little bit. Same with the bottom edge, but let's wait till we get the texture on it. Okay, so there we have the eyelashes and the eyebrows. I'm going to go ahead and just join them together all in one group here. Just select them and press Control J. And let's call this, what do we have here? Plane 001. Let's call this brows and lashes. We're just going to do it all in one here. I'll go ahead and press Control A and apply the rotation and scale. And then let's tab into edit mode and select them all and press U and unwrap. And here we go. Now, if I hit the T key, let's come up here and see what we have. We have angle based. Let's try conformal. Not a whole lot of difference here, so I'm not too worried about that. This looks to me to be like the eyebrow. Let's see which one is which in terms of the upper and the lower eyelashes. I think I know which one is which, but let's click this button right here, and that means we can then, when we click vertices over here, they'll show up in the 3D view, and here they are. So yes, this is the upper eyelash. So this is the top, so I'm just going to move it to the top like this, so I kind of get a sense of what it is. It looks to me like, let me click this button one more time. It looks to me like this edge, let's just make sure, yeah, that edge is on the inside. So I want to put the base of the eyelashes going this way, or right along that edge. And this edge here, yeah, that's the base of that. Okay, so the top is the base of the eyelashes, so that's good to know. We're going to need that. All right, so I'm going to put these down here like this. Maybe turn this just a bit so it fits in there. Okay, so there are our UV islands for our eyelashes and our eyebrow. I just need to remember that this edge right down here is the bottom of the eyebrow, but these edges up here are the base of the eyelashes. All right, so I think I can do that. So let's go ahead and export this out. I'll go to UVs and export UV layout. I'll put it in my textures folder, and I'm going to go ahead and go with 1024 for the image size here. I think that'll be big enough. Let's give it a try. I'm going to call this Lashes and Brows UVs and save that out. All right, so now in the next video, we'll go take a look at that in Krita. Here in Krita, let's bring in that UV map for our eyebrows and lashes. I'll select this and open it up. Here we go. So let's call this UVs, and let's lock the layer so we don't accidentally paint on it. And let's create a new layer. And with my pen and tablet, once again, I'll begin working on, say, the eyebrow here. Now, I've got this brush here. I don't think I want that one for this. Let's go back over here and see what we can find. There's that hair alpha. Let's begin with that. I'm going to increase the size of the brush, and let's just see what we can get here. I've got a fairly dark color here. Well, we're getting a lot of dots here. Let me take this down like this. That's better. Let's give this a try. I'll kind of lay this down as a base, and I'm once again trying to stay within the UV island here. And remember that this was the bottom edge of the brow right here. So I'll just try and get some base colors in here like this. All right, so now that we've got this, let's now add a new layer and maybe take it a little bit lighter, something like that. I'm going to reduce the size of the brush a good bit, and let's just try and add some of this in here. And once again, we can play with the opacity or blending mode for these. So I'll get these in here, and we can grab this opacity and bring it down. I could maybe change this to overlay. Let's try that. No. How about screen? Yeah, we could work with that maybe. Bring that down a bit. All right, let's add a new layer and maybe a little bit lighter here. Even smaller brush size with the bracket keys on the keyboard. And let's give this a try. All right, we could try that, and let's reduce the opacity quite a bit. There we go. And let me find a single brush here. Let me add a new layer, and I'll come up here and let's find a single brush. Maybe scroll back up, maybe something like this. What is this? Basic 5. Let's try this. So if yeah, let's work with this. Let me take the size down a bit, take the brush a little bit brighter, and let's just take this and kind of draw in here just single strands, kind of like this. Doesn't need to be a whole lot, just a few. And we can reduce the opacity a bit so they aren't quite so bright. Let me go in one more time. Let me create a new layer, and beneath that first layer, I'd like to try and just find something like this. And let me look at the brush type here. Yeah, something like that. And let me take it pretty dark again. And underneath here, I'm just going to kind of lay down a fairly dark base layer here. Something like this. There we go. Something like that. Okay, so we have those now. Let's work on the eyebrows. Now that we have that one brush, we found that one brush, this one here. Let's take a look at this again, and let's make it fairly dark. I'm going to go ahead and take all of these layers and add them to a group. So I'll come down here and with this menu choose group layer, and I'll call this brow. And I just want to take all of these now and take them up into this group right here and fold that up and lock it. All right, so now let's add a new layer up here for the eyelashes. Here's that brush. That's pretty good. Let's reduce the size a bit. And so now if I recall, the top edge is the one we want to be the base, right? So let's go down. Let's go down like this. Well, that's not really... It works better for me with my brush stroke if I go up. So let's rotate this whole thing. I'll press Shift and middle mouse and let's rotate this whole thing like this. I think this will be easier for me to do. Yeah, that's a lot easier for me. If I go up, it looks more like an eyelash. So let's go through here and begin adding these strokes for our eyelashes. All right, let's try that. And then this one down here, let's do this as well. All right, so there are our eyelashes and eyebrows. Let me press the 5 key on the keyboard to spin that back around. Let's go ahead and turn off the UVs layer, and then let's go to File and Save, and I want to save this as a Krita file first, so I'll go to File, Save As. And now let's switch this to a Krita file. So we have all of the layers in here in this file. I'll go ahead and take out the UVs, we'll call it that. And then let's go to File, Export, and let's export out a PNG here, and we'll call this lashes and brows, and we'll add an _COL for our color map. All right, there we go. Let's go back to Blender. All right, here in Blender, let's go ahead and create a new material for our eyebrows and lashes. I'll call this, well, lashes and brows. Let's just do it like that. Once again, I'd like a principled BSDF instead of that one. Here we go. And I'll bring in that image texture and connect it up. Here we go. There they are. I'll go ahead and bring them in down here as well, just so we can see them. There they are. And then let's go ahead and go to our rendered viewport shading and see how we've done. Well, we have the problem that we don't have the alpha channel in here yet, so let's set up our node tree a little better. Let's once again bring in a transparent BSDF. We'll bring in a mix shader right here, and we can add the transparent to the mix shader, add the principled to it. We'll also bring this over to the material output here. And also remember, we want to take that alpha channel and take it to the factor socket as well. So I'll just drag that right over here. All right, the textures are actually looking pretty good. I think the placement of the eyebrow isn't quite right. Also, let's zoom in and see what we can see with the eyelashes. Yeah, the eyelashes are actually looking pretty good. They too may need some adjustment in terms of where they are on the eyelid, but I think that's pretty good. So let's work on adjusting this eyebrow just a bit. I think it needs to come down and maybe a few points need to be pulled in toward the head. I'll go ahead and create a new window here and let's see what we can do. So I'll just select the eyebrow here and maybe pull it down a bit, try and get it in place. Well, I think that's better, but it's really hard to tell until we get it mirrored over to the other side. So let's go ahead and tab back into object mode, and I will take the origin and move it back to the center of the grid. I'll snap the cursor to the center, then I will set the origin to the 3D cursor, and then let's go ahead and come over here and add a mirror modifier. All right, I think we're getting there, but there's one last thing I'd like to do. I think it needs a little more texture, and I've gone ahead and done this for the hair, but let's go ahead and add a bump map for the eyebrows. So over here in the node editor, I'll just take the image texture and I'll duplicate it and bring it down here. And then what let's do is add under vector a bump map. And here let's take that color to the height channel and change the color here to non-colored data, so it's just black and white. And then if we take the normal channel into the normal socket of the principled, it gives us a little more texture on the eyebrows. All right, and one more thing too, I think I'd like to adjust the color just a bit. So I'm going to come over here to the node area, and under color I'll choose RGB curves and pop it right in here between the texture and the principled. And then I'll be able to take this curve and kind of move it up just a bit, maybe make it just a little bit lighter to match the hair. All right, so now we've got the brows and the eyelashes on. In the next video, what let's do is let's work on the teeth and the inner mouth. So we have a few little cleanup tasks to do, or a few textures to add here. One is the teeth. Let's take a look at that. I'm going to select the teeth over here in the outliner, and I'll press Shift H to isolate them or to hide everything else. And let's turn the subdivision surface modifiers back on here. I think this is what we'll use. If I take it down to 1, it's a little bit choppy. So I may, before we rig the character, I may apply this. But for now, what we need to do is just apply a base texture to this. We could just add a material, a white material, and we'd be fine here in Blender. But if we needed to ever take the character out of Blender into another program, into a game engine, then we'd need an external texture. So that's what we need to go ahead and add now. I'll create a new material here, and we'll just call this teeth. I'll take this diffuse and we'll delete it and bring in a principled shader and hook that up. There we go. Let's go ahead and add that to this as well. I'll pull this menu down, scroll down, and let's choose teeth here. Now, as I said, we've got a white material here, but we need a texture, just in case we need to take this out to another program. So let's go ahead and come down here and click New, and we'll call this teeth _COL for our color map. 1024 is fine. Let's just go ahead and save this out. And there we go. So now all we need to do is just paint this texture white. Before we do that, let me bring this up into here. And I'll connect this up, and we'll pull this menu down and choose that teeth color map. There it is. I better save it to disk. Let me do that. Save as image, and I'll put it here in my textures folder. There we go. Now what we can do is just come over here and switch our UV editor from view to paint. And then if I hit the T key, I open up the Paint Tools panel. And let's just switch this color to white. Actually, before we do that, let's change to the fill brush here. And it's already white. That's good. Let's take the strength all the way up. And we should just be able to come over here and click. And boom, white. So there we go. That was easy. Let's go ahead and save this image again. Save image. There we go. So now we have our texture for our teeth. Not too tough. Now we could, of course, take the roughness down or whatever we need to do here in Blender. But that's how we can create our texture. So let me just take this one here, and that's been applied since we have the material applied to both of them. So there we go. Okay, let's press Alt-H to bring everything else back, and let's work on the lips and the inner mouth. If I select the head and press Shift-H, now we can isolate that. And for this, instead of painting over here, I think I will hit the T key to close that, and I'll get rid of this texture image. And let's work in the texture paint mode over here for the head. So to do that, I'll come down here to object mode and then change it to texture paint. And over here, we've got this texture, this jacket template. We don't want that. Let's get rid of that. And let's bring in that character color map. There we go. That's what we want. Now over here in this view, I'll press the T key, and let's make sure that this image here is in our texture slot, in our paint slot here. I'm painting in image mode, and I want to change this from the jacket template to the character color. There we go. So now we can see this color here on the character. So the two things we need to do here is we need to paint the inside of the mouth, and we also need to maybe add a little color to the lips. Not a lot, just a little. So first of all, let's work on the inner mouth. I think I'll come up here on the UV map, and right up here is the inner mouth. So let's work on this. Let's just paint this kind of a dark reddish texture or paint color. I'll change from the fill brush to the texture draw brush. And what I'll do first is maybe sample this skin color and then move it into the red. So let's come over here. This hand paint is the same color as the face, so I'll use this to sample the color. If I sampled the color out here on this, I'd get the color of the shadows and everything within the 3D view, and I don't want that. So I'll click here and the eyedropper here, and let me just show you what I mean. If I clicked over here, you can see how dark that is. So I don't want that. I want the exact texture or paint color we painted on here. So I'll just click over here in the texture map. Now I'll click here, and maybe let's take this down to I don't know, some sort of a darker red like this for the inside of the mouth. Yeah, let's try that. I'll take the strength up all the way to 1, and let's just come over here and paint this UV island. And to do that, I'm going to need to come down here and switch from view to paint. And now if I zoom in, now we can kind of paint. Oh, I have the smooth stroke on, so let's turn that off right here. There we go. So now I should just be able to paint in here. And you can see it happening over here, right? You can see that that's painting inside the mouth. So I'll hit the F key to increase my brush size a bit, and now I can just paint over here on the UV map or on the color map and get a base texture down. I want to be careful and not accidentally bleed over into the other UV islands. We don't want to add this color to the other parts of of the character, but I'll just reduce the brush and maybe go along the edge here to kind of outline it. And I'll come in and go ahead and fill in the rest now. Fill in down here a bit. Okay, so now that I have that, I think what I want to do is use this color here in the 3D view to kind of add a little color to the lips. But I don't want it quite so strong. I don't want to overdo it here. And that's one difficult thing here in the texture painting tools of Blender is it's easy to overdo it, but it's difficult to go back and fix. Since we don't have paint layers here per se, it can be a little bit dangerous to paint some of these things. So let's give it a try and try not to go overboard. So what I'm going to do is take the strength down quite a bit. Maybe I'll just type in 0.25 just to take it down. And I just want to kind of paint out here on the lips to give a little bit of color. It's kind of difficult to see how much you should put on here in the texture paint view. It's you don't really know until you go back to the rendered view, but let's give it a try. Just going to paint a little bit out here. And that appears to be a little bit too dark, so I'm going to undo that a ways and come back here. Maybe I'll just bring it up a little bit like this. There we go. Let's try that. And I'm just painting with the pen and tablet very gently. Kind of bring that in. Okay, so now what let's do is let's sample this skin color and kind of bring it back some. Actually, what we can do is go to the rendered viewport shading here and just see how we're doing. Well, it certainly could be worse, but I don't think the color's too bad. It just is a little bit too bright. So let's go back to our solid shade mode here, and then let's sample this skin color over here in the UV map, over here on the color map instead of over here, so we get that original color. I'll sample this here, and there we go. So now, with it still at a fairly low opacity or strength, let's come in here and try and paint over it just a little bit to kind of smooth it out a bit, smooth out the transitions, and also back off the brightness quite a bit. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty good. Let's go with that for now, and we will check it here in a minute. What I'd like to do as well is paint the fingernails real quick. Let's switch back to object mode. I'll press Alt-H to bring everything back. Let's go down here and let's select one of the hands. And with the hand selected, let's switch back to texture paint mode. Here we go. So now we want to just add a little bit of color to the fingernails as well. I'm going to hover over one of the fingernails and press Alt-F, and that will center my tumble and my zoom at that fingernail. There we go. And then let's find a color here that we like. I'll just kind of find a pink that might work. All right, so I'm still at 0.25. Let's see if we can paint very lightly here and kind of add a little bit of color to the fingernails. Yeah, like this. There we go. You can see it happening right down here too. Let's try another one. How about this one here? So that's all I wanted, is just a little bit of extra color on the fingernails themselves. And once again, we'll have to go to the rendered viewport shading view to see exactly how it's going to look, but I think this will probably work out pretty well. And let me zoom into this thumb here by hovering over it and pressing Alt-F, and then zoom in. Now we're tumbling around that as well. Let me go back to object mode, and then I'm going to go over to the rendered viewport shading and see how we did with this. Yeah, that's not too bad. Just a little bit of a hint of color. I may be able to bring that back a bit, but I think that'll work pretty well. All right, so that's some examples of how you can use the texture paint tools in Blender to just add a little color and texture to the character. I don't think it's a tool that you could use, or at least that I could use, to do the entire textures for a character. The one layer limitation is pretty restrictive for me. I like the ability to add layers like you can in Krita. But that's now pretty much completed the texturing for the character. Let's now turn our attention in the next video to the gun. Well, we've come a long way so far, and I think the last bit of texturing we need to do is for the gun. Let's switch out of rendered mode here, and let's select the gun, and let's isolate it with Shift H, and let's get rid of this texture here. We don't need this for now. What we really need to do is to create a new material for it. So let's come down here and get rid of this base material, and we'll create a new one, and we'll just call it gun. And let's get rid of the diffuse, bring in the principled. There we go. And what we need to do is go into Krita and add some textures here for our UV map. Really, I think the only things that are probably going to be a little bit different than the rest of it are going to be the hand grip, maybe the trigger. For the most part, I think it's just going to be a black metal. And then a couple of parts, maybe let's hit the T key, and under Select Linked, let's turn on Seam, so we only get what's within the seam. So I'll come over here and hit the L key as well. So here's the trigger. So I think maybe the trigger will be a different material. Maybe not. Maybe we just need that black material over everything. But I think I would like the handles or the hand grips here, these to be wood. And maybe this up here, let's take a look at this. This right here and this in here. These two, maybe kind of a blue glass type of color. But other than that, pretty much black, metal, worn. Let's see what we can do. All right, so I'm going to select everything and select everything over here in the UV editor, and I'll click UVs and export layout. I don't plan to ever get too close to this, but let's go ahead and do a 2K image, 2048. Might as well. We can always shrink it down if needed. And I'll call this gun UVs. So let's go take a look at it in Krita. Here we are in Krita. I'll go ahead and name this layer UVs and lock it. And now let's create a new layer. I'll go ahead and put it underneath for now. Let's go back to the Blender Cloud and see what kind of materials or textures that we can find. Here at cloud.blender.org, let's go into the metal folder and see what's here. This might be interesting. This is metal grungy. That looks pretty good. Let's just go ahead and go with that for now and see how we do. I'll put that in the textures folder, and also we want a wood texture. Let's see what we can find in here. These are kind of too beat up, too rough. I want it pretty smooth. Here, what about this? This wood ply wavy. Let's try this. Oh, they've got a color spec and bump. All we really need is the color for this. And let's bring those in. I'll press Control O, and let's bring in the metal and the wood. And for the metal, I'll just press Control A and then Control C, and then take it back over here. Control V. So I'm wondering if that's going to be good enough. If I just leave that as is, that may be just fine. What I'll do though is go ahead and select outside all of the UVs here. Make sure that it goes all the way around. It looks like it does. I'll go ahead, oh no, over here, I'll press Shift and click here. And anything else? I think maybe here. Oh, here. Okay, so there were a few that didn't get selected. That's fine. Now let's go up to select and shrink selection. I'll type in 3 and OK. Now I'll come back to this layer here and just press delete. There we go. So now we've got all of that. Control Shift A to deselect. And then let's work on the wood here. Let's go get the wood. Here it is. I'll press Control A and Control C and then go back to here. I'll go ahead and hide this for now and press Control V. And I think we're going to need it quite a bit smaller. Here is the area down here that we want it in. And yeah, I think we're going to need it quite a bit smaller. So let's come over here and shift click and drag down like this. And also, do I want it going in a particular way? Do I want the wood grain going in a particular way on each of these UV islands? Let's see, if I take this and rotate it, maybe this wood grain can go like that. Let's try this. Maybe I move it like that, okay. And then the wood grain over here, let's press Control J and then move this over here. And for this, I'll once again rotate it quite a bit. Well, not a whole lot, just about like that. And then I'll move it into place over here like this. So the wood grain kind of goes in line with the UV islands there. Let's combine these two with Control E, and then let's select the UVs and select everything outside of them again here, and shift click here. There we go. Now let's shrink it by 3 pixels. Let's then go back to this layer now and hit delete. And then it looks like we have some cleanup to do. Control Shift A to deselect. Go to the brush, erase, and here we've got some work to do. Let me go back to this basic ink brush. That works pretty well, I think. And now I need to switch back to erase, and okay, now we're ready here to erase some of this out of here. All right, so there we've got the wood grain. Let's turn off the UVs. Let's turn on the metal there. And yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Let's give this a try. So I'm going to go ahead and save this first as a Krita file here so we can preserve the layer structure, and then I'll go ahead and export out as a PNG. And instead of gun UVs, let's call this gun_COL. There we go. And let's go back to Blender. All right, so now here in Blender, let's go ahead and bring in that image texture. I'll press Shift A and then Image Texture. Let's connect it up and click Open to bring this in right here. And then let's go ahead and bring it in here as well. I'll find it here in the menu. There we go. So now let's go over to our rendered viewport shading mode right here. Let's take a look at it. For now, what I'd like to do is take the roughness down. Yeah, maybe the metallic up a bit. Maybe bring that back up some. There we go. Something like that. Maybe I'll bring this specular all the way down so that I can use just the metal and the rough here. Let's take the rough down to 0.2, let's say. Yeah, something like that. Now, I think it would be kind of nice to have some other materials or textures in here as well. Maybe this along here could be a silver metal. Maybe the trigger could be a silver metal. Maybe one of these knobs up here could be. So there's a lot of other things that we could do to enhance this. But I think for now, since it's just going to be in the holster, I think we're pretty good. Let me press Alt-H and bring everything else back. So there it is in the holster. Let me zoom out and let's take a look. All right, so there is our character, all textured and ready for the rigging process. So in the next section, we'll begin organizing the objects of the character. We'll begin combining things together to prepare for the rigging. Well, I thought I was done, but there's one more thing I forgot. Do you remember a long time ago when we created the eyes, we created an outer eye, a cornea for the eye? Well, I hid that away and I forgot all about it. So we should add a material to that as well. Now, this is really just to be used in Blender if you're going to be doing animation. This kind of transparent material that we're going to be adding to it may not be available to you in another program or in a game engine. And if it is, it may not be exactly the way we set it up here. So just keep that in mind, that this is really more of a Blender specific thing. All right, so first, let's go find that eye cornea. I think if I select the eye here, let me hit the period key. Here's the eye. If I go into here, sure enough, there it is. I had parented it to the eye a long time ago and then just forgot all about it. So let's bring this back. I'll unhide it here. And since I'm not seeing it, I would imagine it's down here in another layer. Yep, there it is. So that is the other part of the eye that we created so long ago. Let's add a material to it. I'll click New, and let's add a material. Let's call it eye cornea. And let's get rid of this diffuse here once again, and let's go ahead and add a principled BSDF. Here we go. And I'll connect it up here. Now, what we need to do is just make this transparent and shiny. We want to be able to catch the highlights of the lights in the scene and reflect them on the cornea of the eye. So to do that with a principled BSDF, it's really pretty easy. All you do is just click here and drag that transmission all the way to 1.0. Now if we come over here and go to the rendered viewport shading, let's see what we have. Well, now we can see through the cornea, but it's still kind of cloudy. There's still a couple problems here. What we can do is let's go back to this panel right here. It's the object data panel. And if we scroll all the way down, we should have this cycles settings panel right down here, way at the bottom. Now, of course, we only have this cycles panel because we're using the cycles render engine here. But if we go down here to this panel, we want to turn off shadow. So if we click that, what that does is it makes sure that the actual cornea object doesn't cast a shadow onto the eyes. So that helps clear it up a bit. But right now, we really can't see any reflection in it. So we need to adjust the principled BSDF to get some more reflection in it. So let's come back over here, and here in the material, let's take the roughness all the way down, and let's take the metallic up, well, I don't know, let's take it up to like 0.4. Let's try that. I'll just type in 0.4. Yeah, I think that does it. So now we've got the cornea in the scene, and we've got the reflections of the lights. You can see them here being reflected off the cornea. And as I said, that just adds kind of a glint to the character's eye. It adds a bit of realism and interest to the eyes as well. All right, so now I think we are ready to begin the rigging process, and we'll begin that coming up next.